Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. This is Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Hy-Vee, score big savings with a Hy-Vee Perks membership. Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Also brought to you by Oak Knoll Retirement Community, Travel Leaders, Destinations Unlimited, the official travel partner of the Hawkeyes, and by University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Hawkeye Baseball is on the air.
From Claiborne, Texas, just southwest of Dallas, it's time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Live from La Moderna Field and the home of the Claiborne Railroaders. It's game 1 of 4 between the Washington State Cougars and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Good afternoon and welcome to the broadcast booth deep in the heart of Texas. Alongside my fine color analyst John Evans, I'm John Leo. Iowa returns to the Lone Star State for the first time since it competed in the 2023 Round Rock Classic before a series with Texas Tech later on that season, but this time it's neutral site competition against the Washington State Cougars. The Cougs enter 0-8 on the young season, but they've faced some stiff competition in the form of 4th-ranked Arkansas, UCLA, and Michigan State. Iowa looks to carry its momentum from last weekend's tournament at Stetson, taking 2 of 3 to improve to 3-3 on the season. In a midweek approach, Bryson Walker will get the start on the mound for the Hawkeyes today. 1 of 4 down here in Texas. It's the Cougars and the Hawkeyes, Washington State and Iowa. Live from La Moderna Field in Claiborne, Texas, with first pitch coming in a bit. Iowa won 2 of 3 last weekend, but the Hawks fell on Friday to Notre Dame in extras 2-1. Let's hear some of the highlights.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Line drive right field, slicing, but hit well. Over his head! It's over his head into the wall! Frost on the move! He'll cruise into second base and stop. Jefferson picked off. Guerin pops up, fires it. Got him! 1, 3, 6, and there's 2 away here in the top of the 9th inning.
Iowa bounced back in a strong fashion on Saturday, knocking off Stetson 7-0.
Huge pitch here. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Ground ball to short. Schulte picks it, flips it to Mitchell, fires it to first, and the Hawks are out of it. Aaron Savary with a huge fist pump. Ground ball past the diving shortstop. Mitchell rounds third. He's going to come home. The Hawks plate 2 more. It's 6-0 on the 2 RBI single from Daniel Rogers. I love the pace Jacobs works with here. Back on it, back at it, 2-1. Driven out into center field. It's a cold night, but get going, baby. Gone! 111 off the bat, 409. Jackson Beeman sends it into the Cruz family bullpen. And that's the extra point Iowa was looking for. 7-0 here in the top of the 9th inning. The 0-2 from right is on its way. Line drive out into left. Wilmus makes the catch. Hawks win 7-0.
To secure a winning weekend, Iowa shut out UMBC 6-0 on Sunday.
Drives that one. That ball's hit well, back to the wall, gone! Reese Moore, solo home run. Here's the 1-1. Ground ball to third. Swales, Mitchell, double play. 5, 4, 3. Swales, Mitchell, Wolf. And the Hawks are out of the mini jam. We're through 7. It's 3-0 Iowa. Remy set at the belt. The 3-1. Driven out into right field, and that's going to slice down the line. Fair ball! The merry-go-round is rolling. Schulte gets the stop sign at third. 2 RBI double for Ben Wilmus. 1-0 from Whitlock. That ball's grounded out to Schulte. Scoops it up, fires it across the diamond. Hawks win. Hawks win. What a weekend for the pitching staff. Holy cow. Jack Whitlock finishes it up for Iowa.
I'd like to thank my broadcast partner, John Evans, for covering for me last weekend. The duo is back in the broadcast booth down here in Texas for 4 games against Washington State. John talks with Ben Swales right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides the direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
So much to see, so many places to experience, and nobody helps you get there like Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited. Come to our travel showcase March 13th from 4:30 to 7:30 at the Olympic Theater in Cedar Rapids. Get in on exclusive show deals, meet our travel partners, discover unique travel opportunities, and enjoy complimentary food and drinks. Just visit duagency.com or call 319-393-1359 to register. The world is yours to explore at the DU Travel Showcase on March 13th.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
I'm here with Hawkeye infielder Ben Swales. Ben, thanks for joining me today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So, last weekend, was that your first career start on Sunday?
It was.
All right, so that's a pretty good way to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
How'd that feel?
It was awesome. It was great to get in there. It was great to see the coach that trusted me, and it was great to get in there and play some ball.
So how do you fight through it's my first start, I got to do everything I can possibly do, which maybe you were and it worked out, but usually when you try and press and try that hard, it doesn't work. So how do you just kind of, hey, I'm going to let the game come to me, I'm going to do what happens, because actually the first ball was hit right to you. You made a good fielding play too and got it done. So how do you kind of manage that part of it?
Yeah, so the coaches told me I was going to be in there the night before, and I just got to stay calm through it and not think of it as like a gift, but like think of it as an opportunity. So I just got to go out there and play my game and just have fun and just play my brand of baseball and do my 1/9 for the lineup. I
think the best part of it was Sunday morning. Coach Heller's speech was, actually maybe it was in pregame with me. He said, "Hey, you've got to somebody needs to make me look stupid for not playing him." Well, you did a pretty good job. 3 for 4, a couple of good fielding plays. So now, how do you build on that? What do you try to? How do you stay? If you have a couple days off, if you're back in the lineup, how do you keep staying with that mindset?
You just can't take that performance for granted, and I just got to keep my head up and keep playing my brand of baseball, and just know I'm out there just to go have fun, and whether it's Jason at third or myself at third or Gable at third, I'm just going to go in there and do my 1/9 and do whatever it takes to win the ball game. So
whether they need you as a pinch runner or
whatever they need me, whether they call my number, I'm in there. I'm ready to go.
So how's that been? How do you stay sharp? Obviously, last year, that kind of, especially later in the year, it seemed like the role, and Rader kind of locked down third. So, do you get the, hey, be ready, you're going to be the guy if we get this guy on, and so you get some time to stretch in the dugout, or is it just you, Ben, go, and then off you go?
Sometimes it's a little bit of both. Sometimes Marty can come up to me and say, like, hey, if so-and-so gets on base, be ready to run, because we need your speed. But sometimes it's a last-minute thing, and you got to be ready to go. That's why I try to jog in between innings if I'm not in the lineup, and just keep my legs loose and be ready when my number's called.
And so what's like the practice mindset then, and even now as you go forward, what's kind of the key, or do you have a focus for you on what helps make you take that next step and be just that 1/9 better almost?
I wouldn't say there's a certain focus. I just go out there and just know that when I'm at my best, there's not many players better than me out on the field. So, I mean, I just got to have that mindset each and every day. Whether I step in the box and say, I'm gonna crush this ball or whatever. If I'm in the field, I want to anticipate the ball being hit to me and I'm gonna make a nice play. So I just gotta keep those positive thoughts in my head and try to eliminate the negative self-talk, and that's really helped for me.
What's better, the barrel of the bat and the ball just jumping off of it, or kind of the diving play that starts a double play or something to get a pitcher out of an inning?
Honestly, probably the diving play. A lot of guys would say the barrel, but like. You don't get many opportunities to make a sweet play like that, and an opportunity to make a web gem to save the pitcher's day. I mean, that'd be awesome. Keep runs off the board for the other team.
So now, as we get here, we're here in Texas. What's the kind of what's the team temperature? It felt like in the team room today, everybody felt pretty loose.
Yeah. Everyone's in a great place, and we're ready to play these 4 games. And even though Washington State's 0-8, we can't take that for granted, because they're still a very good ball team, and they've played some very good teams in their first 8 games. So we just can't take that for granted, and we just got to keep playing our brand of baseball. And when we play at our best, we believe we can beat anybody in the country. So
they had Arkansas down to the wire. Really good team too, so they can obviously play. Today is exactly with the wind whipping in, isn't exactly hitter friendly.
Yeah, I know. That's okay. That's pretty much what we like at home anyway, for most home games. But we just gotta keep the ball low today and just keep playing great defense like we did last weekend, and
a lot of line drives.
We're in a good place.
Dan Wright, thank you for the introduction. I'm gonna let you go. I know you didn't have a whole lot of time for me. Thanks, Ben. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ben Swales, Hawkeye infielder, and a cameo from Dan Wright. We'll be right back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stuelke teamed up with 22 and Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today, available only at 22 and Vine. It's a game changer.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Today, the first of 4 against the Washington State Cougars down in Claiborne, Texas. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a good weekend down at Stetson, 2 out of 3, including 2 shutout wins for your team.
Yeah, coming off 2 shutout wins. The pitching staff only gave up 2 runs in 30 innings and didn't make a fielding error in 3 games, and made some, a nice jump from where we were the week before from the improvement side. was really happy with the energy and the effort and the hustle and all the controllables that we have. I mean, guys showed some toughness playing the night game Saturday, bouncing back early game on Sunday, and handled that better than we had the week before, which was a great sign. And that's what we need to do, and we need to come out this weekend and hopefully we'll do the same thing. We'll take another positive step, try to get the offense going. We're getting close. We're actually, I think we're doing fine. It's a couple guys need to come through with runners in scoring position, and when that happens, you'll see. I think a lot more start to do it.
When we went from week 1 to week 2, Coach, you mentioned the improvements that you saw. What specifically were some of those improvements from week 1 to week 2?
Consistency on the mound, pounding the zone, not working the count in our favor where we get weak contact. Bullpen guys were more consistent. The defense, we make 8 errors. First weekend we didn't make any in 3 games. I mean, that's pretty impressive. 30 innings and we didn't make an error, and it was the first time our team had played a game on a grass field since our summer league, and handled that really well. So those were major improvements. Offensively, we did everything we needed to do in a tight Friday game against good pitching to win it, and just shot ourselves in the foot with poor base running, missed signs, poor situational hitting, strikeouts at a terrible time. We had 6 hits in the 8th, 9th, and 10th, and you got to find a way to win if you do that. We literally just killed ourselves. But other than that, the rest of the trip was a lot better that way too. We started getting some clutch hits. Some guys came through, better base running. And when you have a team that has a lot of new guys, unfortunately, you're going to have to go through some of that. It just is the way it is. And we're playing a team this weekend that's in a very, very similar situation. They're sitting there 0-8, and they have not been home since they left for Arkansas week 1. I said, I wish our school would let us do that. Yeah. I mean, they left for the first week and stayed from Arkansas, went to Corpus Christi, drove over here. They've been down here since we left that Thursday for Tampa. And they played, they've played some good teams. They've played 4 against Arkansas, UCLA. They saw Michigan State's Friday night guy who's really good, and lost some close games, tough games. And talking with Nathan, their head coach, I mean, same story. They've shot themselves in the foot with opportunities to win with exactly the same things we've done. And when you have a bunch of new guys, that unfortunately will happen sometimes.
Talking about that travel for a second, Coach, it's hard to believe that that's the reality for a Division I level program, that they didn't make it back to Washington before coming back down here for Texas. But we get to this point of the season early on. This is the 3rd week in a row on the road. Coach, how do you sense that your team's handling that time away from home?
Well, I sense it's pretty good at this point, but you never really know till you play the games. I mean, I've done it long enough. There comes a time that it can just hit you, and it isn't anyone's fault or lack of effort. It's tough. Like if we could have stayed after we played South Florida and played a midweek game, say at Florida or Central Florida, went over to Stetson. I mean, that's way easier than what we did. And sitting in airports, and this flight actually was fantastic. We had a direct from Cedar Rapids to Dallas, and it was the first flight that we've been on this year that didn't get delayed. We've sat on the runway for 3 hours, 2.5 hours, and connection, scrambling, all that stuff takes its toll on you.
Talking with the head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from the series opener against Washington State down here in Texas. Okay, Coach, you alluded to it earlier. Washington State, they're 0-8, but we've got tremendous respect for that program and this team that they have this year. They're much better than that record shows, aren't they, Coach?
Yeah, they definitely are. They definitely are. We just have to worry about the things that we need to do to beat them. And, they pose a little bit of a different scenario than we've seen so far. They they are a team that will, try to play the short game more than normal. They're going to try to push bunt. They're going to try to do whatever they have to do to get on base. In 8 games, their pitchers have thrown way more fastballs than what we are used to seeing. Quite like 15%, which is pretty high. And we're going to see a left-hander starting out today. I don't know how Nathan's going to play it. It's not their Friday guy, but it's also the guy that in all the scouting reports our connections said, he's got a guy that has good stuff and is very capable. So if he pounds his own, it's going to be a challenge, and I'm guessing he will let him run longer than we're probably going to do it. We're going to play this like a midweek game where hoping to get, seven guys in, get some guys in that haven't pitched, and you and I both know the first time they get out there on that mound, you don't know always what you're going to get, but because we have some all the guys that haven't thrown potentially could have huge roles, and that's the advantage. That's another one of the advantages that the South has, is that we can't guarantee ourselves midweek games unless we catch a break for quite a while. I mean, we're hoping next week, and this will be our first. That's why playing this extra game was really important to me, was that I had a feeling that if the weather wasn't great, we would not have seen some guys pitch, and we need to get them out there. We're starting conference, in another week, whereas in years past we wouldn't start conference till week 6, and you felt pretty good about seeing those guys. So that's why this game today, I'm really excited about. I'm excited to see those guys get out there and throw, and win, lose, or draw, whatever. We got to see what they're capable of doing, because I feel like there's some guys there that are going to have really big roles as we move into conference play.
You'll start things off today with Bryson Walker on the mound. We saw him a little earlier this year in the USF series. So let's talk about Bryson a little bit, and then who you expect to see come in out of the bullpen once Bryson's day is done. Well,
Bryson didn't have a great start or a great outing in his first outing. It went fast on him. We felt like Bryson was going to be one of the guys competing for the Sunday starter job, which he was. And we need to get his experience. Older guy, has been through the battles, and he competes. That's his superpower. Like he's just a really awesome competitor. Get after you, stuff is good. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, it's just compete, get after you. Mixed with breaking ball slider, and he's got a really good changeup, and we just didn't get to see any of that with the way his outing went down in South Florida. So need to get him back out there. We felt like starting him was the thing to do. That way he can prepare in the way he's more used to. And then, Jaron Bleeker has been, outstanding as a true freshman. He's a guy that I really believe is going to have a significant role on this team, and as well as Tyler Guerin. Those two freshmen, we got to get them out there so they get comfortable and we can use them, because Bleeker is mature beyond his years, accomplished, strike thrower with all of his pitches and good stuff. And then Guerin has really good stuff. And with his size, I mean, he's going to be so good for us, as we move forward. And I'm excited to see him out there. We got to get Chaz Wheatley back out there. I'd like to get Jack Whitlock back out there. Get Sam Hart out there. Sure. There's just so many guys. Justin Hackett, I want to see. Would love to get him out there. And so we'll just have to play the game and see how it goes. But those are the guys that are on the board. And then if we need them at the end, Hogue, Dete, all those guys are on the board. You got to try to win the game.
Yeah. Offensively, then, Coach, what do you do to maybe score more runs, be in a good spot to throw some of those younger guys out there later in the game?
Well, with them throwing the left-hander, that's the hardest lineup for me to make. Okay. Just a lot of tough choices on what direction you're going to go, and based on numbers and based on historically who has hit lefties and who hasn't hit lefties. That's the lineup right now that for me is a challenge, and we're going to obviously keep Wilmus at the top, but Connor Hennings has always done well against left-handers. And so we're going to flip the outfield a little bit. We're going to put Wilmus in right field and put Connor Hennings in left field, which he's more comfortable over there. And then with the game that Ben Swales had on Sunday, I felt like he deserved to be out there today. And Jason Frost has played outstanding at third. So there's two guys that are playing well at one position. So I'm going to play Jason at third, and we're going to DH Swales today to get another look at Ben and see how he does with the left-handed starter. Frost has hit the lefties well so far. Andy Nelson is back in the lineup. We're going to play Andy at first base today versus the left-hander, which you've seen him there before in the past and does a really nice job. But coming off his wrist, he seems to be 100% now. I had a couple of good days in practice, and Andy off to a really slow start. But if this team's going to be as good as it's capable, we need to try to get Andy involved and hopefully find a way to get a hit. And I think if he does that, he'll start rolling and get him going. And then today we're going to catch Reese Moore. So that's going to be the normal shortstop, second base, and the normal up the middle, Risley in center, and we're going to have Schulte and Mitchell in the middle.
Coach, I know our audience loves to know this part of the game. This ballpark's kind of in the middle of nowhere, isn't it? It's on the edge of town. Wind is whipping. It's blowing out of here, isn't it, today, Coach?
Actually blowing in, yeah. It's going to be basically, it's kind of like those days at our field where, literally.
Blowing over to Kinnick, isn't it? Over to the right.
Well, you're going to have about 150 feet from the foul pole where it might have a chance to carry, and then you better hit it right because it's going to hook foul if you didn't. But anything left of that, it's going to be a circus with how the ball's going to fly. You couldn't pick it up and hit it twice and get out of left field. And it is blowing, like you said. It's first day like this for us, and so on days like today, unless fate has it where you're hitting a bunch of balls that way and they carry out to right field, dead right field, it's going to be tough to score runs.
All right, Coach. Good luck today. Let's get this weekend off to a good start.
All right, thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from La Moderna Field in Claiborne, Texas. We're getting set for first pitch. It's Iowa and Washington State, the first of 4 this weekend. We're back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game as a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth in Claiborne, Texas. We're getting set for first pitch in the series opener between the Iowa Hawkeyes and the Washington State Cougars. Let's welcome in my broadcast partner, John Evans. John, you got through the weekend, did a great job down at Stetson, picked up 2 wins. You got the winning weekend. Maybe I'm the common denominator. Hopefully not, John, and we get back to the winning ways this weekend.
Yeah, hopefully not, because I really don't want to do another weekend by myself. So appreciate having you around and carrying all the water.
Before we preview this series, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa and Washington State meeting for just the third time in the program's histories. The first meeting was in 1988. Washington State won that 6-2. Iowa beat Washington State 6-5 in 2022 in the Frisco Classic. Ben Wilmus played on that team for Iowa. He's the lone carryover roster member, I suppose you could say, from that team to this team. Ben Wilmus, he started at second base. He went 0 for 1 with a walk. So some similarities, some differences there from the last meeting between Iowa and Washington State. Ben drew a walk in that game. We see him draw walks all the time. And he started at second base. He doesn't play much second base anymore.
I called that game.
Did you?
I did.
Down in Frisco.
That was my first season. I called that one.
Iowa rallied from down 3-0 to overcome the Cougs and win it 6-5. So this will be the third meeting all time between the two programs. Washington State 0-8 on the season. They started at Arkansas, 4th-ranked Arkansas, got swept by the Razorbacks, but their first game took Arkansas to extras, and I think the record isn't totally indicative of what type of team this Washington State program is.
Yeah, if you're sitting at home thinking, oh, this is 4 easy wins for Iowa, you're mistaken. The 3-2 game to open the season, open the series against Arkansas, and then maybe had 2 they didn't like as much, but then also had one, just a 5-2 loss to Arkansas, and that was down in Fayetteville. And even last weekend, 2 games they lost by 1 or 2 runs. So a team that if the team's not ready, and you heard the coaching staff talk this morning at Scout, that be ready, take care of your business, and then things might be all right. But if you come thinking this is going to be easy, you'll be mistaken.
This is a 4-game series with Washington State down here in Texas. We'll play today, tomorrow, and Saturday at 2 o'clock Central Time, and then Sunday will be at 11 o'clock, some breakfast baseball on Sunday. Iowa is treating this like a midweek game in terms of the first game of the series like a midweek. We'll see a lot of pitchers for the black and gold today, and starting things off will be left-handed Bryson Walker. Yeah,
and a good spot for him to try to jump back in. I think it was South Florida. That game, it moved a little quick for him. And to be fair to him, it had been, he had pitched fantastic in summer ball, but it had been over a year since he had been on a college mound and throwing. And so just a little different setup for him. He'd battled through an injury, and so I think you'll see a different Bryson today as he's able to kind of get a routine. He knew this was coming, so he's been able to kind of think about it, develop what he wanted to do, how he wanted to get set up and be ready to go. And then you'll see a lot of arms, and as we talked this morning, that means everybody's got to come in, as Coach Heller says, and does their 1/9, and it'll be really important for everybody to come in, throw strikes, get things done, and hand it over to the next guy.
You have a few takeaways from what you saw last weekend in terms of building in the positive direction this year, John?
Well, you had, obviously Iowa was on a bit of a scoreless streak here from a pitching staff standpoint. Saturday was incredibly unusual, 10 walks to still come away with the shutout. I mean, it helps when you only give up 3 hits. But I thought that was the best part. Every time they handed the ball to a guy, he came in and left the mound in a better place. Hitting is, when you look at the stats, hitting is fine. But you want to see a little bit. Right now it's been coming through in the clutch a little bit. Mm-hmm. And so if guys can take that batting average and come through when there's runners on second and third or whatever the case is, because really that's, Iowa's 3-3 and the sky's falling.
Yeah.
But they're 2 pitches away from being 5-1. So it's a little different deal, and it's a good team trying to find their way. And I'm not sure we would have expected the pitching staff to be kind of what let the hitters find their footing here in the early going. But that's a little bit about what it feels so far.
Coach Heller in his 12th season with the Hawkeyes. Head coach of the Cougars is Nathan Choate in his 2nd season. Washington State picked to finish 3rd in the Mountain West this year. We'll take our final break as we get set for the national anthem and starting lineups. We'll be back with more right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stuelke teamed up with 22 and Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today, available only at 22 and Vine. It's a game changer.
Mound visit just breaking up now between Coach Heller and Coach Choate. We know what it's like to talk with Coach Heller. We don't have to ask him too many questions. We get a full conversation.
We missed the 2:05 start time because we had a 20-minute home plate coaches meeting.
All right, now the teams are hopping out of the dugout and headed to the respective lines for today's national anthem. Good thing for the audience, we get you to tune into today's national anthem right along with us. All right, national anthem is complete in Cleburne, Texas. We're at La Moderna Field here at the Depot, the home of the Cleburne Railroaders, minor league baseball team here just southwest of Dallas. Nice little ballpark here in Texas. Just not too many fans here. There are a few Hawk fans down to the left behind the Iowa dugout, and just a couple Washington State fans down to the right. Washington State, they started the season at Arkansas, and then they went down to Corpus Christi, Texas. They have not been home since they left for Arkansas a couple weeks ago, and that's just a tough travel week, a travel month, I guess, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if what we did was better, flying back and forth and getting home, or whether it would be better to just stay on the road and live out of hotels. But boy, that's a tough ask either way.
All right, let's get you today's starting lineups. We'll go first with the Iowa Hawkeyes, 3-3 on the season. As the away team today, Iowa will bat first. Here's the batting order for the black and gold today. Ben Wilmus gets the start in the leadoff spot. He'll play right field. Gable Mitchell batting second, playing second. Miles Risley in center. He'll bat third. Connor Hennings into the lineup. He'll play left field and bat in the cleanup spot for Iowa today. Jackson Frost, the starting third baseman, bats fifth. Reese Moore is the catcher today for Iowa, and he will bat sixth. 7, 8, 9 for the Hawkeyes. Ben Swales, the DH. Andy Nelson, the first baseman, and Cooper Schulte, the shortstop. Defensively for Washington State on the infield left to right, Luke Thiel at third base. The shortstop is Gavin Roy, the second baseman, Ollie Obenauer, and the first baseman, Ryan Shonsby. In the outfield left to right, Max Hartman, an all-conference preseason selection. Center fielder Cole Watterson, and the right fielder is Logan Johnstone. Behind the plate and catching for the Cougs today is Noah Thine, and the starting pitcher is a left-hander, Jake Tedesco.
6'5", 217. So he's 0-2 on the season already, through 3 innings at Arkansas. Got knocked around a little bit, 5 hits, 3 runs. Then came in against UCLA and got knocked around a lot a bit. Just 1 hit, but gave up 3 runs in a third of an inning because of 3 walks. So had some control issues, the 3 1/3 innings, 5 walks so far, 5 strikeouts, a couple home runs. So kind of the same philosophy I would imagine that Coach Heller has with running Bryson Walker out there you put Jake Tedesco out there, a guy, clearly if you've had him in twice in the first 2 weekends, he's a guy you expect to contribute, so you let him start and try to find his way. But fastball is going to be up there. It'll be mostly 89, 90, might tick to 1 or 2. He'll throw a slider. He has a changeup, but mostly it's going to be fastball slider.
Heard a lot about the fastballs that the Washington State staff will throw this weekend. A primarily fastball pitching team.
Yeah, a little different philosophy in the college game now. They really do focus on establishing that fastball and getting after it early.
Ben Wilmus will lead things off. We're just about ready to get underway. A little bit past scheduled start time. That's all right.
Texas time.
Tedesco, the left-hander, out of the windup, is ready. First pitch to Ben Wilmus. That's across for a strike. We're underway at 2:10 Central Time.
87-mile-an-hour fastball there. So, again, you're going to see it. The Hawkeye hitters will see it plenty, so they'll get an opportunity to try to push it down in the zone.
No balls and a strike on Wilmus, the starting right fielder. Here's the pitch. Same spot, same result, 0-2. Maybe a little bit inside and low. Ben didn't love the call. He's down in the count, 0-2. Wilmus leading the team in batting average above that threshold at .423. He's got the most hits on the team with 11. But down in the count here, no balls, 2 strikes. Tedesco's ready, the wind and the fire. That's high, right across the letters, 1-2.
Ben's got a pretty good eye. He doesn't like anything that he takes you for a strike.
Third baseman Thiel had been in on the even with the bag. Now he backs up and hugs the line at third. Here's the 1-2 to Wilmus. Check swing, pitch missed just inside, and the count is even at 2-2.
Good job by Ben there to hold up. Busted him on the inside, started his swing. He's seen 4 straight fastballs here to start the at-bat.
Wind up and the pitch. Breaking ball inside. Almost caught him on the shins, and Wilmus, with his plate discipline, has run the count full. Gable Mitchell awaits on deck for Iowa. Deep breath from Tedesco. Here's the 3-2 to Wilmus. Ground ball to short. That's brought in. Stutter step over to first base in time to get Wilmus. Lengthy at bat, but Wilmus is retired to get us started this afternoon.
Good battle back there. At least you run the pitch count a little bit and don't go down quietly there, but Ben kind of missed that one a little bit. Got the fastball back on 3-2, but just missed it.
Second baseman Gable Mitchell stands in, left-handed hitter for the Hawks this year. Lefty on lefty matchup. Here's the pitch to Mitchell. That's across for a strike.
Lands his first breaking ball in the zone.
Gable batting .320 in 6 starts for Iowa so far this year. The 0-1, Mitchell hits right back up the middle. Ground ball that's through into center field. The Hawkeyes have their first base runner of the afternoon on a 1-out single from Mitchell.
Seeing eye single, just rolled it right past the pitchers. Second baseman had him shaded to pole just a little bit. Found a hole, and the Hawks get it started here in the top of the first.
Wind continues to blow over to right, maybe out to right just a little bit, but mainly over. A high fence in right. 320 down the line, 370 in the right center gap, 405 straightaway center, 335 down the left field line. Miles Risley comes up, right-handed hitter, junior center fielder, batting an even .400. He's 10 of 25 so far this year. 2 doubles, a triple, and a home run.
Finish your thought. You're going to have to absolutely cork one to get it anywhere near the wall in left field.
Yeah, the wind is certainly blowing in from there. First pitch to Risley. Ground ball left side. That's through into left field between the shortstop and third baseman. Back-to-back singles for the Hawkeyes. Have them going in the first.
Another not the most well-hit ball that they've had all year, but in another good spot. You know, one of the things that Iowa really is going to look to take advantage of is the running game. Washington State hasn't been great at either keeping runners on base or then throwing the ball around just a little bit.
Couple runners on now for Connor Hennings, the starting left fielder for Iowa today. Hennings, big, stocky, right-handed hitter, powerful, very strong, but even he might struggle to get one out to left today. Short lead at second base. First pitch to Hennings is a fastball, inner third of the zone. That's strike one. Third baseman Thiel thought about Hennings' possible bunt, but Connor not bunting, and so Thiel will move back behind the bag at third. No balls and a strike. Pitch from Tedesco. Hennings over to the right. No balls and 2 strikes.
The other thing that makes this interesting with this wind is it allows the left fielder and center fielder to play slightly more shallow. So, normally you think, okay, Hennings singles out to left. Mitchell's is going to score pretty easy with his speed. Might be a little bit different story right now with how shallow the left fielder is, certainly how shallow the center fielder is.
0-2 to Hennings. Swing and a miss. Good strong fastball from Tedesco. Hennings down on strikes. And one of the things we heard from the coaching staff in scout today, put the ball in play.
Right. You've got a team out in the field that has 12 errors in 8 games.
Fielding 955.
Yeah. And I'd say Iowa's fielding percentage probably isn't where they want it to be either, but all of those errors happened in the first weekend. Washington State's have been strung throughout all the games, so it seems to be kind of a little bit of who they are here in the early season.
Jackson Frost stands in, right-handed hitter for Iowa, starting third baseman today. Pickoff move to second base. That's another thing we heard about today, too. A lot of pickoff moves from the pitching staff of Washington State.
Yeah, when you're slow to home plate and maybe your catcher doesn't throw great, you're going to do everything you can to try to keep the runners as close and as honest as you can.
Frost, a redshirt freshman, batting .312. Started in 4 games. This is his 5th. Takes a fastball high. First and second, 2 outs. Top of the first.
We've already seen kind of a velocity dip. That was fastball 85 there, so gone down from his 87 and 90 early on. So
1-0 delivery to Frost. He'll try pickoff move to second, and Mitchell gets back safely. That was a quicker move than we saw in the last attempt from Washington State. And Mitchell had gotten off the bag quite a bit, but his training carried him back.
Well, those are the 2 moves he has. He has the inside move, and then he has just the jump your feet around and pick to second.
1-0 to Frost. That's across for a strike, 1-1. Tedesco up to 14 pitches in this inning. Iowa trying to drag him out a little bit longer here. A ball and a strike to Frost. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball outside. It's 2-1. Frost with just 1 RBI this season. 5 of 16. Does have some power with 2 doubles. Big gap in left center, but with the way the wind is blowing, he'd really have to hit it hard to nail it down in that spot. The 2-1. That's low. Ball 3.
Yeah, his double action is going to be in. It's the one he hit. I think it was Saturday or Friday against Notre Dame. Was over the right fielder's head and kept slicing. That's the best opportunity today. Slice went into that corner right there at the 320 sign.
3 balls, 1 strike with 2 outs. Top of the first. 2 on for Frost. Here's the pitch from Tedesco. Swing and a miss. Jackson may have chased that pitch. Fastball high and out.
Yeah, challenged him up high, up and away, so it wasn't a great pitch from Tedesco other than he got Frost to chase it.
Runners will be moving on the pitch. Full count.
Watch the inside move here if you're Mitchell at second. Don't leave early.
Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts. And the Hawks leave a couple runners on, threatened with back-to-back singles, but nothing doing for Iowa in the top of the first. Bryson Walker making his way to the mound for Iowa. We're back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just need someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Welcome back to Hawkeye Baseball. We can all help prevent suicide. There is hope with the 988 Lifeline. Call or text 988 now.
Washington State comes to the plate in the bottom of the first after holding Iowa off the scoreboard. Their batting order looks like this today. Max Hartman is the starting left fielder. He'll bat first. Ollie Obenauer and Ryan Shawnsby will be the first Cougs to the plate in this inning. Rico Longo's the DH. Logan Johnstone is in right and batting fifth. Gavin Roy, the shortstop, bats sixth. 7, 8, 9 for the Cougs. Luke Thiel, Noah Thine, and Cole Watterson. Iowa defensively on the infield left to right, Jackson Frost, Cooper Schulte, Gable Mitchell, and Andy Nelson over at first base. Outfield left to right, Connor Hennings, Miles Risley, and Ben Wilmus. Behind the plate doing the catching is Reese Moore. And today's starting pitcher, left-handed grad senior, 5'11", from Jersey Village, Texas. This is Bryson Walker.
Bryson Walker had an appearance that first weekend. Didn't go as well as he wanted, as I mentioned earlier. Didn't have any appearances at Houston in 2024 and had 6 in 2023. So you kind of see he's an older guy, but hadn't made a ton of appearances in the last couple of years. Bryson's going to get it up there in the upper 80s. Got a big, slow curveball and a slider that he works off of that, as well as a change. So I hope and expect you'll see a different Bryson Walker today than we discussed that first weekend.
Would have been nice for the Hawks to maybe get on the board with a couple of hits in that top of the first inning, but try to keep the Cougs off the board in the first. Right away, they show a bunt, get it down the third base line. Frost picks it up very late on the throw to first, and boy, that was the first thing that we heard in Scout today. This Washington State team likes to bunt, and they do it well there with Max Hartman beating it out down the line.
Yeah, that was interesting. If you think about a golf swing, actually just kind of backspun that a little bit as he jabbed at it left-handed, got it on the bottom side of the ball but didn't pop it up, but just spun it back. So as it was going out to Frost, he just killed it perfectly for that leadoff single.
Here's Ollie Obenauer now, the starting second baseman, right-handed hitter. Ooh, first pitch from Walker just missed, maybe low and out.
Yeah, this isn't a team that's going to play long ball on you at all. Just one home run on the season so far. Couple triples and 10 doubles, slugging .303. So get it in the strike zone, play some defense.
Overall hitting .234, 13 extra base hits, 65 strikeouts, 28 walks. Here's a foul ball straight back as Walker gets on the board with a strike, 2-1. Iowa on the flip side, a .250 ERA. Opponents hitting just .166. Iowa with plenty of strikeouts and fewer walks, 68 strikeouts, 30 walks issued by the staff. 2 balls and a strike. Walker throws it over to first base where Andy Nelson is waiting just off the bag.
Yeah, Washington State, a team going to aggressively swing the bat. So again, get it. Kind of find the zone. You don't have to be middle of the plate. Just find the zone.
Obenauer rips this foul down the left field line. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Walker was the 2024 Texas Collegiate League Pitcher of the Year here over the summer. 56 in the third innings. 81 strikeouts, 4 earned runs during his stint down here over the summer. 0.63 ERA. Opponents hit .144 against him. Let's get that version of Bryson back.
Is that good? Sounds good.
Pitcher of the Year worthy. All right, 2 balls, 2 strikes on Obenauer. Worried about that runner over at first base, just a touch, just to keep him close. It's Max Hartman. Couple of stolen bases.
Yeah, 2 for 2 on the season. They try a lot. 10 stolen bases and 14 tries so far in their 8 games.
The 2-2. Breaking ball stayed high and out. Full count. Obenauer batting .250. Started all 8 games for Washington State. There's a double and a triple with 5 RBIs. Here's the pitch. This is fouled back once again. Long at bat. Brewing.
Yeah, when you know you're going to treat it as a midweek game, you're not quite as worried about pitch count as we might be in some normal circumstances. But here we're not. Don't expect Bryson to go 5. Really don't even expect him to go 3.
Missed outside with the fastball. The first 2 Cougar batters are on. A single on a bunt and a walk. And here comes Ryan Shawnsby, the first baseman, left-handed hitter, batting .250. He has 4 doubles, so this is where some of the extra base hits come from Washington State. We'll see. We know that they like to bunt, but early on we'll see if he swings away or drops one down. First and second, nobody out, bottom of the first. Walker missed inside to start the at-bat.
Yeah, Shawnsby's slugging at .393, which kind of leads in their everyday players. And Coach Kenny will take a wander.
Pretty quick visit from Coach here to rein his pitcher back in. No score in the bottom of the first, but Washington State threatening. Iowa had a couple of singles in the first, but back-to-back strikeouts ended the threat. Washington State right away here, putting some pressure on the Hawkeyes with a single and a walk. Back-to-back shutouts for the Hawks to wrap up the Stetson tournament. 7-0 over the Hatters and 6-0 over UMBC.
Pretty good visit there, too. Just, again, the world's speeding up a little bit on Bryson, so just get it back to a more manageable pace here.
A ball and no strikes on Shawnsby. The pitch from Walker. Low and out, ball 2.
And just not a lot of pitches right now around the zone. They're pretty easy takes right now for the Cougar hitters.
2-0. Up and in, ball 3. Iowa has some bodies in the bullpen beyond the right center wall. Right-hander throwing out there already. Here's the 3-0 from Walker. Ooh, where'd that miss? Must have been just a touch high. And it's ball 4. 4-pitch walk, and the bases are loaded for Washington State with nobody out. Tricky situation now for Iowa as the DH Rico Longo steps up. He's a right-handed hitter. Longo batting an even .200. Pair of doubles and a triple. First pitch to him. That's across for a strike. Good start from Bryson.
Hawkeyes will take the double play and concede a run if they can get a ground ball here.
Infield playing back. A 1 pitch from Walker. Popped up into right. Wilmus camping under it. Wind pushes it over. Ben will get it in quickly. It's cut off by Nelson. No, he let it go all the way through home. It's a sac fly for Washington State. They're on the board first. It's 1-0.
Yeah, no harm there for Andy to let that ball go through. The runner was going from second to third anyway. The runner on first was Handy. And Andy could see him the whole way, so now you've got a chance if you're Iowa to get out of this and really minimize the damage if Bryson could just get a ground ball here.
First and third with 1 out for Johnstone.
Here's your 1 home run on the Cougar team this year.
Left-handed hitter. Frost in at third base. Washington State still old school with the signs from the coach at third base. First pitch. That zips in for a strike from Walker. Lefty on lefty matchup here. 1-0 Cougs, bottom 1. Walker's 0-1 delivery. Breaking ball just outside. Frost still playing in on the grass at third. The 1-1 pitch. There it is, right at the knees. Good pitch from Walker. John Stone took it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Walker trying to settle in here in the first. Here's the 1-2. Hit in the air to center. Risley going back, still moving back. Miles catches it. Another run will come home to score on the sacrifice. Fly. It's 2-0 Washington State. Runner remains at first base with 2 away.
Was that Old Miss that we got sacrifice flied to death?
Yes, it was. I was thinking in my mind where that was. I couldn't remember if it was Texas Tech in one of the games 2 years ago or if it was last year.
I think it was Old Miss last year.
Back-to-back sac flies for Washington State. They have the early 2-0 lead in the first. Walker deals to Gavin Roy, the shortstop, who fouls it off the end of his bat over to the right.
Again, Roy hitting just 154 on the year. You don't need to find the middle of the strike zone, but you need to get in the strike zone here and get yourself in the dugout.
0-1. Snapped the off-speed inside and low. 1 ball, 1 strike. I will have Reese Moore, Ben Swales, and Andy Nelson due up in the second. One pitch. Grounded foul over to the left this time. 1-2. What do you like to see from Bryson here in terms of pitch selection, John?
I'd like to see that breaking ball kind of towards the back foot, show it in the middle of the plate, and break it out of the zone. Had him going the wrong way at first base.
Yeah, he was leaning. Bryson lobbed it over.
Shonsby's not really a threat if you believe the stats so far, but he looked like he was on the move there.
Walker looks in for the sign. He's got it. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Pitch in the dirt. Moore blocks it. Couldn't pick it up. And so Shonsby will scurry to second base. That was the pitch you were looking for, John, and Roy didn't chase, and Walker didn't throw it for a strike.
No, and I didn't really want him to be in the zone. Just kind of wanted it to look like a strike a little bit longer maybe, and obviously maybe not bounce it in there so that it held the strike zone a little bit longer, but that happens.
2-2, way outside. That may have slipped out of the hand of Walker, and the count's full. You really like to see Bryson get out of this one. Runner at second with 2 outs. Washington State leading 2-0, bottom of the first.
Yeah, you want this hitter. You don't need this to go any further. You felt like you were finding some rhythm there. You got a couple good outs. Don't want to let him get away now.
3-2. Hit him.
That's a strike. He leaned into the pitch.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Iowa didn't have something to say about that. Really leaned forward, caught him on the elbow, and he sprinted to first base. Reese Moore is trying to have a discussion with the home plate umpire.
I don't know if the pitch was a strike or not, but he leaned right over home plate for that.
Coach Heller on the top step. He's making his way out to the field, and he's not going to talk to the umpire. This will do it for Bryson Walker. First and second with 2 outs in the first inning. The Cougars are on the board first. Iowa making a pitching change. And we'll introduce the new Hawkeye pitcher after this pitching change break. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
New pitcher into the game for Iowa in the bottom of the first. For the first time, we'll see the right-handed freshman from Sergeant Bluff. This is Jaron Bleeker.
I don't have any stats on him.
Nothing.
The 6'3 right-hander, he's 195. Fastball is going to be plus or minus 90. He'll throw a curveball, a slider, and a changeup as well. I was talking to Brant Hogue. We were just talking about Brant being one of the old guys now, and his description of how he was an old guy or how he knew he was an old guy was he and Bleak went to the same high school, and Brant didn't play with him in high school.
That's the gap, right? Because let's see, Brant's a fifth year, right?
Yep. Yeah. So didn't play with him in high school. So that's how Brant knew he was maybe a little older than the rest of the gang.
Hasn't been a great start for Iowa in this one. A couple of walks, a hit batter, a single to start the inning for Washington State. And it's currently 2-0, 2 on and 2 outs for Washington State. We'll get our first look at Bleeker. Coach Heller's really had high praise for Bleeker in his training and leading up to this point, so let's see what he's got.
Yeah, he was the number 3 ranked right-handed pitcher in Iowa. Had obviously great ERAs in high school. Now see how that translates here. It's a big step forward, but by all accounts, he's ready to go.
Batter is Luke Thiel, the third baseman. Bleeker pumps that in for a strike.
And Thiel hitting 400 on the year. He is somewhat limited at bats, but big batting average so far.
0-1 is a breaking ball that stayed high, 1-1.
Yeah, it might be the strangest box score I've seen. The first batter is 1 for 1, and then no one else has an official at bat. And this is the 7th hitter of the inning.
Fouled back to the screen. It's 1-2. Isn't that something?
For Iowa to get out of the inning, somebody's going to need an official at bat. I guess maybe not. Caught stealing would finish it or something, but. But yeah, let's go ahead and clean this up.
Bleeker ready. The tall right-hander is set. The 1-2. Called third strike. Frozen with a changeup on the edge of the plate. Good-looking start for Bleeker. Iowa down 2-0 after 1. See if the Hawks can rally in the second when we come back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Leaders know there's no guide to greatness. When everyone else says something can't be done, they know it only hasn't been done yet. True leaders weather the fiercest storms and look deep within themselves to rise above and help others find their way forward. At Great Southern Bank, we're proud to partner with visionaries that help raise the tide for all of us. And when you're ready to bring your vision to life, we'll be right behind you with award-winning support.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City.
Top of the second inning, Iowa trails Washington State 2-0. Reese Moore, Ben Swales, and Andy Nelson due up for the Hawks in this inning. Facing off against Jake Tedesco. Lefty-on-lefty matchup, first pitch to Reese. That's over for strike one. Moore, the starting catcher for Iowa today, batting .250s, 5 of 20 in the early season.
Thiel inside the cut of the grass. I'm a little surprised by that at third base.
0-1 to Reese. Check swing. Did he go? He did. 0-2. All right, what do we like to see from the Iowa approach here, down 2-0? I got a couple things going in the first, but nothing to show for it.
Well, yeah, I don't think anything changes. You got to sit on fastball. You can't swing at the breaking stuff until he lands it consistently for strikes. That ball's in the dirt.
0-2. Reese lays off that pitch, just as you were mentioning, John. 1-2.
Yeah, I mean, he threw him the same pitch again. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And that's, we've seen enough. We've seen enough of Iowa baseball right now that, and I saw it last weekend. The only mistake you can make is to throw a fastball to Reese Moore right now. Make him hit the breaking ball, and once he adjusts, then maybe change off of it.
1-2 delivery to Moore. In the dirt again, 2-2. Okay, he's missed on back-to-back breaking balls. See, Reese is ready.
This is when you outthink yourself as a pitcher, and I've got to get back and throw a fastball. No, you don't. Trust your stuff. Throw a breaking ball and see if you can get Reese to chase and expand the zone a little bit. And then Reese has to still have the discipline.
2-2 to Reese. Outside, ball 3. Sharp fastball, that missed the edge. Full count.
And I suppose if you're going to come fastball, then that's the, locate it, get it off the plate. But again, then Reese isn't biting there. So good piece of hitting from him. Now he's got to sit on fastball again.
Worked it all the way back full, just as Wilmus did in the first. The 3-2. Called third strike. Right on the edge. And Reese is down on strikes. 3 Ks in a row against Iowa. That'll bring up Ben Swales.
Might have been up and away, but didn't get the break there.
Here's Ben Swales in the DH spot, right-handed hitter, lefty on a righty matchup. First pitch to Ben, across for a strike. A lot of first pitch strikes from Tedesco.
Really doing a good job, and I mean it's not different than what Hawkeye scouting report was. That's a first pitch fastball. It's in the zone.
0-1 to Swales. Ground ball through in between short and third once again. Iowa peppering that spot with a couple of hits today. Swales has another base hit for the Hawks. And Ben picks up his 4th of the season. 3rd single of the game for Iowa.
Yeah, 3rd ground ball single too. So I mean, Tedesco's given up the 3 hits, but it's not like Iowa's just roped him around the yard. That was the first really, really well hit ball. I always like that after the pregame interview that Ben gets a hit, so there's no jinx involved in that.
That's right. Here's Andy Nelson. Try to pick off, move over to first. Swales has a lot of speed.
He's been kind of high last year, especially with Tello having third base. Ben was kind of the designated pinch runner, first option off the bench.
First pitch to Nelson. That's low and in, ball 1. Andy looking for his first hit of the season. Very atypical start for Nelson, we should say. A veteran on this team, and I'd like to get Andy going. 1 ball, no strikes to Nelson, starting at first base today. Here's the pitch. Andy got his hips going, laid off. The pitch is a called strike, outer third.
Interesting. Again, his fastball has some variance to it, so maybe he's throwing a little bit of a cutter too, because that one was down at 85. But then he's able to get it up to 90 as well.
1-1 to Andy. We'll wait a moment as it's thrown over to first base. Swales back in without a dive. Nelson, a 5th year from Winfield, Illinois. 1-1. That dropped low. Andy laid off. Good discipline there. 2 balls and a strike.
And really, the Hawkeye, you asked about the Hawkeye approach earlier, and it's got to be if you don't have 2 strikes and it starts to spin, take it.
Yep.
If he throws it for a strike, tip your cap and be ready to go on the next one.
Here's the 2-1. Swales takes off. Nelson ripped it foul over to the right.
Ben did a good job. That was pure hit and run there. Ben waited and made sure the pitch was getting delivered to the plate. And then depending on Nelson to roll it through the hole. Just didn't quite get it done.
Count even at 2 now. Nelson trying to get on with one out, runner at first. Tedesco set, long pause, staring at Swales now, and he'll throw it over to first base. Ben is back. Cooper, Schulte on deck for the Hawks. Iowa down 2-0, top of the second. 3 hits for Iowa so far, all singles. 2-2 pitch, here it comes. Swing and a miss. Nelson over the top of the breaking ball, 2 away. You just feel for Andy right now. Such a strong hitter last year for the Hawks, and just off to a slow start in 25.
Yeah, you know when he finds that law of averages is going to be Iowa's friend for a while, but just taking some time for Andy to get going.
And that brings up Cooper Schulte. Schulte, the starting shortstop, junior, but his first year with the program, comes in from Southeastern Community College, a New London, Iowa product. 2 outs, runner at first is Swales. 2-0 Washington State, top 2. Another move over to first base just to keep Swales around.
Yeah, and this, I guess probably the other thing Iowa hitters need to get better at is making contact. 4 strikeouts already. We've seen probably the strikeout numbers too high on the season. Just need to make more contact there. It's fine to make an out, but finding some more productivity in those outs is going to be key.
Yeah, we've talked about it. Putting the ball in play against this Washington State team that doesn't field it the greatest, and 4 strikeouts early on is not quite going to plan for Iowa. 1-0 pitch to Schulte after a long pause. Here it comes. Low and in, ball 2. Wilmus started the game. He's on deck. He started the game with a ground ball to short. And since then, the outs after that have been strikeouts. 2-0 to Cooper. Here it comes. Ground ball. This is right to the shortstop. He'll pick it up and throw it to second for the out. We've got time called. Hold on. It looks like the umpires are saying that the pitcher didn't come set here.
Called balk first.
And so the balk is called. Cougar head coach Nathan Choate is out to talk with the umpires about this. So Swales winds up at second base. We'll do it again, and Schulte will come back to the box.
Yeah, still 2-0 then. And he's been varying his hold times. His quick one is quick, and obviously that time it was too quick. So the balk will send Swales to second, and Cooper Schulte now with a 2-0 count still will have a chance to drive in a run.
Free base situation, a mistake by Washington State. We'll see if Iowa can make them pay. Scoring position is Swales out there at second with 2 outs. Schulte the batter, 2 balls, no strikes. Tedesco from the stretch. The tall left-hander is ready. Kicks and fires. Downstairs, ball 3. Now you get a red light situation with Ben Wilmus on deck. Schulte ready, the 3-0. That's outside, ball 4.
Well, and it really, either way now, you've added to the pitch count. You've continued to turn the lineup over. So whatever, obviously Iowa would love to get runs out of this, but again, you've created higher stress, higher leverage opportunities here.
2 outs for the top of the order, Ben Wilmus. First and second. Feels like a big spot early on. Iowa down 2-0. First pitch to Wilmus is low. That's 5 in a row out of the zone from Tedesco.
Sort of.
Right.
with an asterisk.
Statistically, yeah, statistically. I don't think you want to give Ben a red light anytime, but you're really cautious here. It's got to be in that box, right? 1-0 pitch to Wilmus. He'll spin and throw it to second. Swales has to dive back. Good heads-up play by Ben. He saw that spin pickoff coming. He got back.
And Wilmus is always kind of a high IQ player too, so he may not have a take sign, but his window will be very small if he's going to swing here, just because he knows what he's seen so far.
1-0 pitch to Ben. That's across for a strike, 1-1. I bet if he sees that one again, he'll give it a rip.
Yeah, but that one was 84 again, so that wasn't even the. I mean, if that's his complete get-me-over ball, then yes, Ben will give that one. Ben will put a charge into that one.
Tedesco with a deep breath. Here's the 1-1. That's high, 2-1. He hung the breaking ball. It almost dropped in there, but it stayed high, 2-1.
Yeah, if you're ever going to hang a breaking ball, today's a good day to do it.
Yeah.
Because even if you go up and hit it, I'm not sure. It's 405 to come to that left center field poke out there, so it's a long ways.
2 balls and a strike on Wilmus. The pitch. Fastball, inner third, strike 2. Ben kind of bends his knees and throws his head back. Didn't like it.
Don't completely disagree with him, but can't quite see the inner part of the plate. We're pretty much right behind home plate here.
2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs, 2 on. Top of the second, down 2-0. The pitch to Wilmus. He fought it off and fouled it back. That's what you got to do in those. If you're going to commit to swing, you got to draw some sort of contact there and just stay alive. If you commit to a pitch that is probably right around, you don't trust that it's not going to come in the back door.
Well, and your truly great hitters, foul off good pitches.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was one right there. Give Ben another chance to get allow him to make a mistake.
We'll do it again at 2-2. Here it comes from Tedesco. Oh, we've got Swales caught in a rundown. He is tagged out at third. He was going, and you could feel that coming from the Washington State pitcher, that he was never going to deliver that pitch home. And he stepped off, and Swales was caught between second and third, tagged out. And that'll do it for the top of the second. 2-0 Washington State. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Hawkeye fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
Washington State leads Iowa 2-0 in the bottom of the second. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Eight, 9, and 1 due up for Washington State in the second. Fine, Watterson, and Hartman. Jaron Bleeker is the pitcher for Iowa, the tall right-hander. Kicks and fires, strike 1.
Fine or Thien?
Fine.
All right. Iowa product. That's why I wanted to make sure we got it right.
Yeah. No balls and a strike. The pitch from Bleeker dropped in that slow breaking ball for a strike, 0-2.
So when Ben Swales walked up to the plate, he beat him on the shin guard. DeWitt, Iowa, and DMAC.
There you go. You've got the roster over there. Here's the 0-2 from Bleeker. Just outside with the fastball. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Bleeker with a strikeout, dropped third. Moore throws it down to first, and Andy reached up to grab it. Back-to-back strikeouts for Bleeker. Going back to the first inning to get that last out of the first. He starts the second off with the same. Now the bottom of the order, Noah Watterson coming up.
Cole Watterson.
Mm-hmm. First pitch low and out. Righty on righty matchup. There's a strike from Bleeker just below the letters. Frost in at third base. Watterson started all 8 games for Washington State, batting .286. Fastball from Bleeker is low and out.
Yeah, heavy strikeout guy here, so.
Attack, attack, attack.
Attack, attack, attack.
Here's the 2-1 from Jaron. This is poked into shallow right for a base hit.
Ben had a shot at first.
Just a bloop single. And the 9-hitter is on. Set it back up for Hartman at the top of the order. He has the other Washington State hit today. Hartman, preseason All-Mountain West selection. Left-handed hitter. Hit that bunt single to get Washington State started in the bottom of the first. Runner takes off for second. Pitch is inside. Throw is very late down to second. And Watterson dives in easily. I don't know if nobody really communicated that the runner was going, but Moore was very slow getting out of his stance and getting it down to second.
Yeah, when he showed bunt. Again, Andy Nelson does not want to be that deep at first base.
Count is 1-0 on Hartman. Soft throw to the second behind the runner.
Yeah, Schulte has his hands up about don't throw it, but you kind of have to throw it or it costs you your timeout.
Maybe just giving him a big target.
Yeah, that could have been too.
1-0 pitch to Hartman. Swing and a miss. Good changeup from Bleeker.
I mean, Hartman's another guy who has as many strikeouts as he has hits on the year. So even though he's batting first here, you can get him. You just have to be intentional here.
Good fastball from Jaron. Crossed him up, inner third. Got him looking 1-2. Runner at second base. Dancing around. Here's the pitch. Ground ball right side. Mitchell backhands it. He knocked it down. He's going to have no play. Throws it to first. Got away from Andy. And they'll keep the runner at third base for now. Hawks catch a break there.
Yeah,
Mitchell did not have a play at first base. Probably should have held on to it. Thankfully, the runner at third stayed put.
Well, and you can say that Gable shouldn't have thrown it, and I'd 100% agree with you. And then if you're Andy Nelson, you've got to come off that bag, and you have to block the ball because you're not going to get him. So you've got to be able to just keep that ball in front of you and make sure the runner stays at third. Now, it worked out, but not in a good way, or not because of really anything Iowa did well there.
It's early, but the Hawks don't look very sharp quite yet. Runners at the corners and 1 out for Obenauer. Pick-off move over to first. Bleeker gets it over there in a hurry.
That's a good fastball.
It really was. But Hartman wasn't very far off the bag. And this is where Washington State could play a lot of games, right? They could bunt, they could steal. A lot of options here. Frost is leery of that, and he's even with the bag, now creeping forward a bit. First pitch from Bleeker, hit on the ground. That's a fair ball into the left field corner. It bounces off the half wall in front of Hennings. 1 run is in. This is going to be a double for Washington State. They put another run up on the board. It's 3-0.
Boy, and that was just a perfectly placed ball, as that was 6 inches fair, no more, as the third base umpire had to hop, skip, and jump out of the way. And Bleek's in trouble here in the second inning.
Couple more in scoring position now for Washington State with one out. That's their third hit of the game. First pitch, swing and a miss very late on the fastball from Bleeker. Is Ryan Shonsby, the first baseman. Iowa down 3-0 in the bottom of the second. Trying to stop it right here. 0-1 from Bleeker. Swing, and it gets away from Moore. Here comes the runner from third, and Reese can't throw it to Bleeker, who's covering home, and the run will score. It's 4-0. My goodness.
Well, you hit it right on the head. Iowa right now just sleepwalking through this. I mean, Reese was slow to react to get away from it, and then both balls he's been asked to throw haven't been. One was way late to second, and that one didn't get it to Bleeker. Bleeker was actually a little late covering home plate too. I don't think they expected him to go, and Washington State putting all kinds of pressure on Iowa right now.
There's a ground ball chopped foul past first.
Iowa has to match the intensity right now, and they're getting punched in the mouth, and Iowa not responding.
Infield will come in now. That ball didn't really get that far away from Reese, but maybe didn't locate it immediately. And Hartman was coming right down the line. I mean, he read that right away and got down the line.
Yeah, as soon as he saw any version of confusion with Moore, he took off and just sold it hard and went.
0-2 lined over Gable Mitchell's head for a base hit. It is 5-0 Washington State in the second.
Boy,
nothing going right for Iowa.
Well, because that is about the worst luck you could have, because that ball is basically right where Gable Mitchell is playing normally, and instead because of the wild pitch, ball gets fisted right over his head to where he should have been playing, and so instead of 2 outs, there's still 1 out, and the rally for the Cougs continues.
Here's Rico Longo, the DH. Runner at first and 1 out. Pitch from Bleeker. That's outside, ball 1. Bleeker's been fine, throwing plenty of strikes. Washington State doing a good job putting the ball in play.
Right. That's. Washington, again, 5 for 7 because they have so many unofficial at-bats so far.
1-0 pitch from Jaron. Ground ball left side. Schulte dives to knock it down. He has no throw. First and second with 1 out.
Seeing eye single there. Good job from Schulte to get there, and a good job to eat it because there wasn't anything he was going to do with it with the shift up the middle a little bit to try to get a double play.
Reese Moore is out to talk with Jaron Bleeker. Iowa has an arm getting loose in the bullpen.
You hear Coach Sutherland talk about all the time breaking the chain of the other team. The Cougs broke the chain in the first inning, and now looking to break the chain here in the second inning.
You look at Washington State, they certainly have a sense of urgency coming into this game, looking for their first win, and they've come out swinging, and John, as you mentioned, they've thrown the first punch. And we'll see how Iowa responds here. Down 5-0 in the second. Logan Johnstone comes up. Reese Moore making his way back to the dish. Johnstone will bat for the Cougars. First and second, 1 out. Bleeker, the tall righty from the stretch, kicks and fires. Here's a bunt right back to Bleeker. Bleeker picks it up with the bare hand, throws it to first, and it's in time. A bang-bang play to get Johnstone. Runners at second and third now and 2 outs.
That's a heck of a bunt. I mean, that is a really good, because that takes a good play from Bleeker. Comes off, if he fields that with his glove instead of his bare hand, I'm not sure he gets him at first.
Something that minor could make that big of a difference.
Oh, absolutely. Well, that's, again, how good of a bunt it was.
Here's Gavin Roy. He swings at the first pitch and popped it up to the right side. That'll be fouling out of play. Good start from Bleeker to get ahead.
I was just struggling a little bit. Frost was deep, and all of a sudden, as the pitch is getting delivered, he comes running in. It just seemed like we're defensively set very well here.
Out of sorts, feels like. Only in the bottom of the second, plenty of time to go in this one. Roy was hit by a pitch in the first. 0-1 from Bleecker. Fouled back, 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, Iowa has a chance to get going. The Washington State bullpen has an ERA of almost 9, or as a team of almost 8.5, we'll call it, to be fair. So it's not like there aren't runs to be scored here as they start working through guys, and Tedesco leaves the game.
0-2 from Bleecker. Just outside, good spot. Ball 1. Right, and in the same breath, John, just keep them here. 2 in scoring position, a base hit could be very deflating early on. A ball and 2 strikes on Roy, the pitch from Bleecker. Blooped into center. Risley has a beat on it. Miles makes the catch for the third out, and that'll do it. But Washington State adds 3. 5-0 Cougars. We're back for the third right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bumps Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bumps is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bumps and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bumps Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state. Changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Ben Wilmus will lead things off for Iowa in the third, as he was in the batter's box when Swales got picked off to end the second. Iowa down 5-0. Had traffic, have had base runners in the previous 2 innings, but nothing to show for it quite yet. Iowa's left 3 runners on base, 3 hits for the Hawks. And Wellmus comes up to face off against Tedesco for his second at bat, but really it feels like a third time.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Tedesco, the tall left-handed pitcher for Washington State, is ready. The first pitch to Wilmus is over for a strike, 0-1.
Yeah, and Ben saw 6 pitches his first at-bat. He saw, I think it was 5 in the last non-at-bat, so he's seen a ton of Tedesco.
Third baseman Field playing in on the grass. Wilmus bloops this into center field, slicing away from the center fielder, and it's down for a base hit. 4th hit of the game for Iowa. 4th single.
4th single, and this is the first one. First time Iowa's got the leadoff hitter on base. So see if that can change the outcome a little bit.
Here comes Gable Mitchell. He has one of Iowa's 4 hits this afternoon. See if Iowa gets the short game involved at all here, just for some different kind of pressure on Washington State. I know down 5-0, but might be worth a shot. First pitch tails outside away from Mitchell.
Sorry, I tried to knock myself unconscious there.
I saw that. Interesting booth setup here in Texas, to say the least.
There, that way I shouldn't hurt myself again with that thing.
1-0 pitch to Gable. That's downstairs, ball 2. Looking at the bullpen setup, John. Where is Washington State's bullpen?
I agree completely. I would have assumed it was somewhere over the left center field wall, but I can't see anything.
2-0 to Mitchell. There it is for a strike at the knees, 2-1. Iowa occupies the third base dugout. Washington State the first base side. And Iowa's bullpen is across the way behind the right center field portion of the wall.
And in theory, we're in the visitors' clubhouse, and we're the visiting team.
2 balls and a strike on Mitchell. Here's the pitch from Tedesco. Gable took it again, 2-2.
Or maybe we're not in the visitors' clubhouse, though, but we are the visiting team today. So I guess that's what I'm confused about as to where they might stash the other bullpen.
And we bring that up because, we don't know how long they're going to have Tedesco go. We need to see if Washington State's got anybody up in their pen. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Mitchell with Wilmus at first base. And they'll try and move over.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Wilmus going. It's just got that feel now. Tedesco fighting back. It's got a bad 4-6-3 double play feel, so I need to get rid of that.
Mm-hmm. By and large, this game hasn't got off to a very good feel. Iowa down 5-0 in the third. Here's the 2-2. Gable lines it foul past Coach Bowe down the third base line. Gable back in the box. Wilmus with a good lead at first base, staring right at Tedesco, the pitcher. 2 balls, 2 strikes with nobody out in the third. Here's the pitch. Grounded foul. Mitchell stays alive. A lot of room on the right side of the infield for Gable. Left-handed hitter, if he could pull it over there. Second baseman, obviously playing close to the bag at second. Double play distance. Here's the 2-2 to Mitchell. Check swing, got his hand started, didn't go. The pitch dropped low and out for a ball. It counts full. This is probably the second or third time that Iowa's forced a full count.
Haven't done a good job of winning those yet. This will be a good spot. And, if Ben, although you can't really, if you're either going to run, you have to run on time. You can't really wait and make sure he delivers. So
3-2. This is a swinging bunt hit to the third baseman. Glove nicely. Throw on the run is in time to get Gable at first base. Wilmus advances to second. Good play by Thiel on a spinner off of Mitchell's bat.
Yeah, how many times have he said, boy, team's not good at X, and then all you do is watch them make play after play after play that says, yes, I'm pretty good at X. So.
Right. It's like that, 45% free throw shooter that comes to the line in clutch time and knocks them both down.
Yep.
That's what this game kind of feels like early on. Washington State with a couple of nice defensive plays. Here's Miles Risley with Wilmus at second base. First pitch to Miles is inside. Almost hit him. And Miles frustrated with himself that he got out of the way of it.
Thiel does just have one error, so he's not...
maybe we shouldn't have lumped him in with it.
Well, but he's only had 7 chances, so that fielding percentage is pretty low when you have 1 in 7 chances.
1 ball, no strikes. Pitch to Risley. Inside, ball 2. Miles is a fun watch. You know that he just wants to let it rip. He wants to swing it. He wants to see a strike. Washington State ready for him to pull it over to the left side as Thiel, the third baseman, is right near that line and playing deep as well.
Ben needs to watch the second baseman, make sure he clears before he takes his secondary lead.
2-0, Risley popped it up. This is behind third base and foul ground. Thiel is there, and he catches it for out number 2. Again, more pressure from Iowa in this inning, but not picking up the back-to-back hit to really get things going.
Well, and that's, you asked me early, at the beginning of the broadcast, what you needed to see from Iowa, and it's the clutch hitting that Iowa has missed out on. No outs, 1 out has been fine.
Here's Connor Hennings. 2 outs for him. First pitch, that's inside for a ball.
1 for 6 with runners on base and 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position so far in this game. So there have been plenty of opportunities, just lack of coming through on it so far.
Connor struck out his first time up, trying to chain his fortune here. 1-0 pitch. Pitch is in the dirt. Connor got his hands moving, but held off. 2 balls, no strikes. Offensively for Iowa, it seems like, man, if you just put a couple runs back, you don't need to get all 5 back right now, but you put a couple runs on the board and gain some momentum, that could really spin this thing the other way.
Yeah, get off 0. I mean, that's the
good starting point, really.
Yeah, 100%.
2-0 delivery to Hennings. That's high, 3-0. Connor turns away.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the little things on their advancement opportunities. Iowa's 2 for 6. Washington State 9 of 11.
Wow.
I mean, so it's the finer points right now that Washington State's done everything right and Iowa's struggled so far.
3-0 to Hennings. High again, ball 4. 4-pitch walk, and Connor is on for the first time today.
I mean, he's the 6th base runner Iowa's had in 3 innings.
Right. Iowa's had at least 2 on in each of the first 3. I mean, the average comes out perfectly.
Well, no, Iowa's had 2 on each inning, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, that's it.
Yes.
No more, because they can't get the next big hit.
And so Frost comes up with 2 outs, first and second. Delivery to Jackson. That's over for strike 1.
I mean, Tedesco has thrown that evens him up. 29 strikes, 29 balls. I mean, this is not an outing that Iowa's getting overpowered in, but it sure looks that way on the scoreboard.
No balls and a strike on Frost. Tedesco's pitch is high and out, ball 1. We've kind of talked about Iowa's singles today, kind of seeing eye singles, finding their way through, looking for some better contact as we see more of Tedesco. Approaching 60 pitches. 1-1 to Frost. Here it comes. He offered at that, couldn't hold up. Home plate umpire will make that call himself on the pitch that was in the dirt. 1-2. And now Tedesco has his full complement of pitches available. 1-2 to Jackson. That's in the dirt. Ball 2. He laid off that time.
Pine is not your normal-sized catcher either. 5'9", 175.
Two balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Iowa looking for that first big hit of the game. Down 5-0 in the third. The 2-2. High and tight on Frost. He turns away. Full count.
So that'll make the runners move. And again, if you're Wilmus at second, just got to pay attention to that inside move. Don't give him an easy out by leaving. Make sure the second baseman vacates.
3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch to Frost. Swing and a miss. Frost is down on strikes. That'll do it for Iowa in the top of the third. 2 more runners left on. We'll bring you the bottom of the third right after this. Washington State 5, Iowa nothing. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. That includes the fuel in our vehicles, so when you fill up, Pump it up with unleaded 88 and support Iowa's corn farmers.
Bottom of the third inning in Cleburne, Texas. Iowa in the series opener with Washington State, trailing 5-0. New pitcher into the game for the black and gold. This is right-handed senior Will Pearson. He comes from Watkinsville, Georgia. Spent a couple years at the University of Georgia. Let's see what Will's got.
Spent his first 4 years there. Didn't pitch last year. Had 19 appearances, 0-1 record in 2023. Will's going to get that fastball up there in the upper 80s. He'll throw a big slow slider and a changeup off that too. He sits near us in the bus, so talk to Will just kind of a few times around, just kind of getting to know him a little bit, and so glad to see him get his first opportunity here.
Closing the book on Jaron Bleeker in his Iowa debut, an inning and a third, 5 hits, 3 earned. He struck out 2.
The fun fact, his dad played college basketball at Alabama and was an assistant coach at Georgia.
All right. Big SEC influence. Pearson in for Iowa. Zips a fastball outside on Luke Thiel, who had squared to bunt. Pearson fires, and this is fouled back. 1-1 now. Iowa played at Georgia last year, but as John mentioned, Pearson did not make an appearance for the Bulldogs last season. There's a strike at the knees, 1-2. One ball and 2 strikes on Thiel. Thiel struck out looking to end the first. Pearson comes set. The pitch. Lined foul. Down the line and right.
Really hung with that looper. That was 70 miles an hour coming in there.
Big difference.
Was able to kind of see it even after he was fooled and fight it off.
Pearson ready. Offset stance. The 1-2. Inside at the belt, 2-2. Pearson has some energy. He's got some pace to him. Everything is done pretty quickly. Gets back on the mound. He's ready with the 2-2. Here it comes. Inside and low again, 3-2.
One of those things as you talk to him, he's kind of popping along.
That's right. Full count. Big pitch here coming from Pearson. Low and out, ball 4. Had him at 1-2, but couldn't finish the deal. Leadoff walk for the 7-hitter Thiel. That brings up Noah Thine. He bats from the left side. Iowa in their gray uniforms today. The black block lettering, spelling out Iowa across the chest. Gold caps, the black bill. Washington State, all whites. WSU script logo across their left chest. They've got red ball caps in the field with a white W on the front bill, or the front of the hat. First pitch is swung on, fouled back into the glove of Moore. Thine struck out in his previous at-bat. No balls and a strike. The pitch from Pearson after a long pause. Popped up left side. That'll get out of play, 0-2. So Will's done a nice job getting ahead early. He lost Thiel. Let's see if he can get Thine.
Really stay in the zone, or at least around the zone. Again, you don't have to come center of the plate, but you've got to show a pitch that makes them want to swing at it a little bit.
Short lead at first base. The 0-2. It's outside, 1-2. Went off speed there. And what's interesting about Pearson, picked up on it a couple pitches ago. I don't know if it's a tip, but when he goes off speed, his delivery looks a little different. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pearson comes set. Bigger lead at first base this time. Try a move over. 5-0 Washington State in the bottom of the third. Cougars out hitting the Hawkeyes 6-4. Made the most of their opportunities. 1-2 from Pearson. Will wait again as he throws it over.
Well, and Iowa's given up several free bases on top of that as well. So not only are they getting out hit, but they're losing the free base war, and so struggle there.
Here's the 1-2. Outside, delayed steal, and he's going to get there safely. I don't know if Reese couldn't see him taken off or what was going on there. That was a very late steal from Thiel. Should have been
Hawkeye
dead in the water, but
Hawkeye dugout not helping at all by yelling going in.
That's a good point, John.
So not sure who or why, but boy, everybody's up on the rail, but nobody yelled going.
Stolen base for Washington State. Now Pearson can't find the strike zone. He's missed on a couple in a row. Three balls and 2 strikes on Thine. Runner at second base, nobody out. Time is called. Pearson has to allow Thine to get in the box and get his eyes up.
Catch a break there because that does that again. It's ball 4 then on that opportunity.
3-2. Hit in the air, right center field. Wilmus and Risley come together. It's Wilmus who makes the catch. Runner tagging to third. Here comes the throw, and it hit off of him, and he's able to slide in safely. Unlucky again for the Hawks.
Yeah, he is out at third base with any sort of a normal bounce, and instead it kicks off his heel. Jeez.
Good throw from Wilmus. And, a really nice play from Frost to handle that redirection off of Thiel.
Yeah, that's a funny turf. I was walking around pregame. It's, even the one we were on last night was very bouncy, but it's thick.
9-hitter Cole Watterson is up. He singled in a run back in the second. Pearson starts him off with a strike. Infield comes in for Iowa, down 5-0. I think it's probably the right choice to bring that infield in.
Yeah, I'm surprised Andy Nelson's not even closer, really.
Here's another strike from Pearson, 0-2.
We've been here on all 3 hitters, though.
Right.
Gotta do more earlier in the count here when you have the advantage.
Pearson set with the 0-2. Here it comes. Outside, good backhand stop from Reese. 1-2. John, you're making a really good point. To get to 0-2, check mark, very good. But that next pitch hasn't been close enough to get a swing from Washington State.
Right, that pitch isn't even an opportunity.
1-2, called third strike. Pearson throws him on the inner third. That's a big strikeout from Will.
And that was much better. And that's kind of, again, the idea of coming back at him where it's a team that wants to swing the bat. So, again, it doesn't mean, hey, here's center, take a rip at it. But when you're ahead 0-2, they're going to dive across the plate and come at you. And we heard that in the scouting report, that you're going to be able to bust them back inside for strikes.
Top of the order, Hartman swings at the first pitch, ground ball through into right for a base hit. 6-0 Washington State. Hartman 3 for 3 this afternoon.
I mean, this is a team hitting .234 on the year. They are hitting .545, actually .583 when you update after that single.
6-0. Washington State in the third. They've scored in every inning. Here's Obenauer. He's been on both times today. A walk and a double.
No Hawkeye pitcher been able to put up a 0 yet.
Right. righty on righty matchup. Pearson worried about Hartman over at first base. He throws it over a couple times.
Obenauer doubled down the line his last at bat. Frost in and off the line now.
First pitch is popped up, fouled back. Yeah, not much of an adjustment there, huh?
No, they clearly think that was a fluke, which is fine. God, we aren't through 3 innings yet. We've seen 134 pitches.
Feels like a midweek, doesn't it? No balls and a strike on Obenauer.
Buter threw 72 through 7 innings last week.
Much different.
That was more fun.
Runner takes off. This is hit well to center field. Risley turning and running. Now he's backpedaling. Miles is there. He makes the catch for the third out. Another run comes across for Washington State. We're through 3 in Texas. It is 6-0. Now would be a good time to start the rally, Hawks. We're back for the 4th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Another great harvest thanks to Pioneer brand corn.
Just a few questions.
Who are you?
Kim Kernel, Ag Sports News. I've been chasing your combine for a while. How does it feel getting 10 more bushels per acre over last season?
It feels great. Couldn't have done it without Pioneer. It's America's #1 corn brand.
And there you have it, folks. Live from the field.
Who are you talking to?
Pioneer. Your best year starts here. Learn more at pioneer.com/letsgrow.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth in Claiborne, Texas. The first of 4 against Washington State. This one not going very well so far for Iowa, down 6-0 in the top of the 4th. You just feel like if Iowa can get on the board here and start the rally, that could build some momentum before it gets too late in this one, because the deficit is growing.
Right, 6 base runners in 3 innings, so you feel like there's an opportunity to score there. It's just somebody's going to have to step up. You know, again, Washington State 5 for 10 with runners on base. Iowa 1 for 7. Mm-hmm. I mean, that right now is the difference. They've been able.
Here's Reese Moore. He'll lead things off with a base hit. Dropped it in the right center field gap. Almost hopped over the center fielder on 1 bounce. Reese is on with a single. Boy, the Hawks could use an extra base hit, couldn't they?
Well,
maybe I'm getting greedy, John.
Maybe, because Washington State only has 1, so you can score 6 runs without. But, yeah, it's just now get the string together.
Ben Swales up now for Iowa. First pitch to Ben, swing and a miss. Back-to-back innings where the Hawkeyes have gotten their leadoff man on base. Plenty of room on the right side if Swales pushes one that way. The 0-1. Ben takes for strike 2.
All right, so bullpen. So basically the bullpens are in the same spot. They're right behind the higher community wall there, and they're just now starting to move in there.
They're back-to-back. So mound and mound are near each other. They throw away from each other in the bullpen. 0-2. Swales shoots it foul over to the right.
Good job from Ben there to stick with a pretty good pitch.
Moore stands at first base. Swales in a hole here, 0-2. He singled his first time up back in the 2nd inning. No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch. Swales got a good look at it. Eye level, ball 1.
Good hold there.
Ball and 2 strikes. The pitch to Swales, swing and a miss.
And that was 83 miles an hour, so I'm not even sure what he threw there. Might have been just a firm changeup.
It just rode the outer part of the strike zone, didn't it? Stayed out there. Swales couldn't get a piece of it. Here's Andy Nelson. He struck out his first time up. Moore with a maybe 2.5-step lead off of first base, and Tedesco was wanting to keep him a little closer, John.
Well, that was our buddy Raider Tello. Got more pickoff throws for a guy that wasn't a step and a half off the bag. It's just he gave him a mean look or something.
First pitch to Andy. He hits this in the air to left. Left fielder turning. It is over his head. It'll one-hop off of the wall. Moore is headed for third. Andy Nelson has his first hit of the season. It's a double to left field.
And that was not ever going to be easy to do to left. You know, that ball bangs off his face under normal circumstances, I'd imagine, on the scoreboard there in left field. But with the wind blowing now, it's not quite as heavy as it was, but still the left fielder in shallow. Andy was able to burn him. Hawks in business again here now in the top of the fourth.
That's more like it. Second and third with one out. Cooper Schulte is up. He walked in the second. Iowa trails 6-0. Early enough to mount a comeback here, top 4.
Push bunt up the first base
You
line.
like that idea, don't you? First pitch is inside to Schulte.
You got a left-hander falling off the mound toward third base. You got a second baseman holding the runner on second. So you basically have the first baseman as the only one over there that's going to make a defensive play for you. And I think Cooper can beat him to first base.
Like those odds. Here's the 1-0 to Schulte. Hit on the ground, through into left field. One run is in. They're waving Nelson. Here comes the throw. It's cut off. Nelson slides in safely. It's a 2 RBI single to left for Cooper Schulte. The Hawks are on the board. It's now 6-2.
And I'm good with a 2 RBI single too. I'm not. That's perfectly fine as well if he wants to go ahead and rip one past a pulled-in third baseman.
That's more like it for the Hawks. Finally breaking through on Tedesco. And it'll be the top of the order with Wilmus coming up, Schulte at first base. Tedesco set. First pitch to Ben. Outside. Off the plate, ball 1.
Yeah, if someone can come in from the Hawkeye pitching staff and put up zeros, Iowa has a chance to win this game. It's not over by any stretch.
Here's the 1-0. Wilmus thought about it, kept his bat shouldered, and he takes strike 1.
It'll be interesting to see how Washington State then approaches this from a bullpen standpoint. You know, do you go with your bullpen guys, or are they treating it as a midweek also?
Count even at 1. They'll try and move over to first base, and Schulte back without a dive. That's a really good point, John. You know, if they feel like they're in the driver's seat, they could pick up a win here today. They might go with their A guys. Ball and a strike on Wilmus. 1 for 2 today. Here's the pitch. Ben popped this up to right. The wind might play some tricks with it. The right fielder moving back. He's able to make the catch right in front of the track for the second out, and Schulte will jog back to first base.
Funny enough, the wind has shifted, and it's a little bit more straight in now rather than out to right.
Second baseman, Gable Mitchell.
And here comes Gable Mitchell with 2 outs. Trying to keep the inning going. Schulte at first base. Lefty on lefty matchup. First pitch to Gable. That's in the dirt, and a nice block from Fine behind the plate. He dropped down to his knees right off the chest protector, buried it, smothered it right into the plate, and that kept Schulte at first base.
Last couple of years we've talked a lot about Cade's corner down that left field line. I'd love to have Gable's corner down the right field line here and let Coop run for a while.
There's a lot of room over there in right. Second pitch, that's low and out, ball 2. There is not very much foul ground deep down the lines.
No, to squirrel it right down the line would be very properly placed to get there.
Hitters count for Mitchell. 2 balls, no strikes with 2 outs. The pitch from Tedesco. That's low, ball 3. Like to see Risley get a crack at it in this inning with a couple of runners on.
Would not be against, and I imagine you'll have Gable with a full take sign here as well.
3 balls, no strikes. The delivery is in there for a strike 3-1. Tedesco comes set, ready with the 3-1. Brings it home to Mitchell. Gable hits this in the air to right. It is hooking away from the right fielder. It's down for a base hit. Schulte rounding second, headed for third. He'll get there, and Mitchell is on with a 2-out single. Didn't hook it enough for us.
Didn't get it all the way across. He got a big bounce, but didn't get it quite what I was looking for. But pretty darn close, and now you got your chance with Risley here.
Runners at the corners for Risley, who is, we were watching him in the on-deck circle, just prowling, pacing, circling. And we'll see if he gets a look at Tedesco or if this is a pitching change coming for Washington State, as head coach Nathan Choate is on his way to the mound. First and third for Iowa in the 4th inning. 2 outs, 6-2 Washington State with the lead. Looks like that bullpen door is opening up in right field, and the Cougars are making a pitching change. We'll take a pitching change break. Washington State 6, Iowa 2. The Hawks continue to threaten in the 4th with 2 on and 2 out. We'll introduce the new Coug pitcher when we come back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
As a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
Washington State brings in a new pitcher in the 4th inning. They'll turn to a right-handed junior. This is Bryce Chambers.
0 for 2 in his 4 appearances, a 16.62 ERA, 4 1/3 innings. He's given up 10 hits, 10 runs, 8 of those are earned, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. Opponents hitting him at a .435 batting average. Fastball is going to get up there, the mid to upper 80s. Probably going to throw a sinker off of that, which will be in the mid to upper 70s for the most part. Hasn't really landed his curveball yet, so it'll be really important for Iowa to basically ignore that pitch and make him come to him with the rest of the stuff. Start hunting fastballs again and put some balls in play.
Miles Risley will be the first Iowa batter to see him. 6-2 Washington State, top 4, 2 on and 2 out. We're approaching the 2-hour mark of this game. We're not halfway through it.
You know, we joked about tomorrow night trying to go to a hockey game as the Stars play the Kings, and we talked about how quickly we got out of here was the key to that. And now the upside of that is you expect Obi and the Washington State Ace to maybe move through a little quicker.
First pitch to Risley. That dropped low, ball 1. I'd be surprised if we're on the same pace tomorrow, right? Hope not. I want to go that game, John. First and third. Risley in the box. He's ready. The 1-0 almost hit him. Ball 2. Miles, he wants something to hit. Early in the season, I kind of joked with Coach Heller that the guys were probably like dogs that were sort of chained up, ready to be let off the leash. I think Miles is still in that category all the time. Just chomping at the bit. Here's the 2-0 to Risley. Fouled it off. 2-1, maybe a bit too aggressive there. The pitch looked inside, but won't complain too much about that. 2-1.
Yeah, see fastball, hit fastball. He just missed that one.
Chambers set, operating from the first base side of the rubber. The right-hander throws it over to first base. Gable dives back in. Risley singled in the first, popped up in foul ground in the third. Iowa pulling some momentum back in their direction here with a couple of runs in the top of the fourth. Still trailing 6-2. 2-1 pitch to Risley. Just missed it and fouled it off over to the right. 2-2. Good, healthy hack.
Yeah, went after the off-speed pitch there. Was down in the zone. Be interesting to see now here with a 2-2 count. You know, Riz being a good hitter. If you see Mitchell on the move there at first base.
Gable has a great lead at first. He takes off. The 2-2 is low, ball 3, and Mitchell gets into second base without a throw. Boy, how things have really built up here in the fourth. Iowa knocking at the door, trying to barge in. Trailing by 4, but a couple runners in scoring position for Risley with 2 outs.
You're an outfield single away from cutting this lead in half now.
3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch from Chambers. Here it is. Called third strike. Risley punched out on a breaking ball, and he gets the stare down from Chambers all the way back to the dugout. Coach Marty Sutherland giving the home plate umpire some words on the breaking ball that must have caught some part of that outer edge for the third strike. But Iowa gets a couple runs on the board. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth right after this. 6-2 Washington State. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Quinn Schulte, I play safety here at the University of Iowa. On the field, I stop the run, I make the tackle, and I get interceptions.
Rosmer to throw, has time. Yes, it's deflected, intercepted again by Quinn Schulte. He's running the other way at the 40-yard line. Hawks have another turnover. We're going to slam the lid, hopefully down. Here's an interception. That'll do it. And it's Quinn Schulte. And down there, the Hawkeyes will have first and goal.
Off the field, I help my body's defense by choosing vaccines that are right for me. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider which vaccines are right for you.
A message from Iowa HHS.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SiriusXM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by Molly's Cupcakes in downtown Iowa City for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes is a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Washington State leads Iowa 6-2 in the bottom of the fourth of this weekend's series opener. The Iowa Hawkeyes going to the bullpen for a new pitcher. This will be the 6'6" freshman, right-hander from Shoreview, Minnesota. This is Tyler Guerin.
Debut appearance for Tyler, despite what you may have seen on Sidearm Sports last week, as that was a bit of a disaster. But Tyler's going to come in. He's going to throw a fastball in the low 90s. He'll work a little sinker off that, slider, sweeper, changeup, and really just be all about controlling himself right now. You know, getting out there for the first time. Now operating the way you want. You know, make the game go slow and throw some strikes.
Tyler, the younger brother of Iowa first baseman Blake Guerin. Blake not in the starting lineup today.
You know, Iowa needs a shutdown inning now. You've started to pull some momentum back, chipped into the lead. Now you need to Now you need to solidify that and get your bat swinging again.
Looking forward to this debut for Guerin. Big, tall righty. Out of the windup is ready. First pitch to Ryan Shonsby. Here's a fastball outside. Shonsby's been on both times today for the Cougars.
Give me the home plate umpire's last name.
1-0 pitch. Called a ball low and in. Let me take a look, John. It must be something, huh?
It's right up your alley.
2 balls and no strikes. We'll get to it in a second. The pitch from Guerin. Missed low and out, ball 3. What do you think? Sal Giacomontonio? How about that? I think that's the winner right there.
Well, I'm trusting you for Heritage to pull that out and roll it off the tongue better than me.
3 balls and no strikes. Guerin trying to land one here. And he does. Strike 1, 3-1. I didn't like Sal's strike 3 call on Risley there.
Didn't like his strike 3 call or ball 2 here, so it was... I don't have TrackMan, so I can't get in too much trouble today.
3-1 from Guerin. That's across again for a strike 3-2. Are we without TrackMan all weekend?
I would assume so. We're out today. I don't know that we're going to all of a sudden come up with it. I hope so. I mean, I hope we get it.
3-2 to Shonsby. Swing and a miss. The first strikeout of Tyler Guerin's career. Nasty off speed to get Shonsby for the first out of the 4th.
That's pretty good trust from the freshman, too. You'd fallen behind 3-0. You get it back to 3-2. Instead of laying another fastball in there, you bust one in on the hands, completely fooled Shonsby. Congratulations on the first strikeout.
Very good poise from Guerin. Here's Rico Longo.
Ooh.
First pitch, I have no idea where that missed. Must have been inside.
Down, maybe? I look like more, maybe pulled it up a touch, but... Whew.
1 ball, no strikes on Longo, who's 1 for 1 today. Swing and a miss. Hit a sac fly back in the first. 6-2 Washington State, bottom 4. Iowa's out-hitting Washington State. 1-1. Dropped it low, 2-1. Guerin winds and fires the 2-1. That drops in for a strike 2-2.
So I know you're not a movie guy. Is Hoosiers...
I'm bracing for impact now whenever you start with that.
Is Hoosiers anywhere in the...
Hoosiers is in there. I've seen
in the realm? Okay, good.
I've seen it.
Because...
2-2. Ground ball right side. Mitchell shifts over. He picks it up. Throws it over to first base to get Longo 2 up, 2 down.
Because head coach Norman Dale passed away.
I saw that.
And by head coach Norman Dale, I mean Gene Hackman passed away. And you talk about a guy that was a wildly versatile actor.
I noticed that when I read the headlines of the movies. I'd only seen one of them that I recognized.
But I mean, ranging from he was an attorney in one of Tom Cruise's movies. It was The Firm. That ball 1 missed outside. You had obviously the basketball coach. He was in Western movies. He was in pretty much the whole range. Could play good guys, bad guys. 95 years old.
Heck of a life. Guerin misses outside there, 2-0.
Guerin with a chance to do something no one has been able to do today.
On either side.
Right. I mean, literally no one today.
Literally. Just supporting your point, John. The 2-0 popped up, left field line. Hennings moving over. Does he have room? Connor made the catch. And it is a 1-2-3 inning, the first of its kind today. And it's for the good guys.
A unicorn.
We'll go to the top of the 5th. You can feel Iowa's momentum bubbling just a bit here. Still trailing 6-2. We'll be back for the 5th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
So much to see, so many places to experience, and nobody helps you get there like Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited. Come to our travel showcase March 13th from 4:30 to 7:30 at the Olympic Theater in Cedar Rapids. Get in on exclusive show deals, meet our travel partners, discover unique travel opportunities, and enjoy complimentary food and drinks. Just visit duagency.com or call 319-393-1359 to register. The world is yours to explore at the DU Travel Showcase on March 13th.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, the Luka Garza meet and greet in Minnesota, plus VIP game tickets to the Timberwolves versus the Phoenix Suns could be yours when you enter non-winning, feeling lucky scratch tickets into your Iowa Lottery VIP club account. Simply visit ialottery.com/VIP for details and play today. And speaking of that and basketball tickets, how about the Fever selling out the exhibition game in Carver in 40 minutes? My wife is not going to be amused with me.
With you? Was it your job?
Well, somehow I'm gonna catch some of it that we're donating to the wrong teams or that the wrong season tickets or something. She'll be gentle mostly, but yeah, she said the one game I really want to go to, and we're not going to be able to figure out how to go to it.
We saw some rumblings of the prices on the secondary market already. My goodness. North of 600.
Yeah, there were clearly some people that bought tickets to scalp tickets.
Yeah. All right, we're getting the fifth inning started. Iowa trails 6-2, and pinch hitting, and likely entering the game is Caleb Wolf. He's in for Hennings, who was playing left. I don't think we'll see Caleb in left.
No, we'll shift. This pitch across for a strike. We'll switch Wilmus back to left. We'll switch Andy Nelson out to right. We'll let Caleb play first, I would guess.
I would agree with you on that. I gave you maybe a little bit of a softball there, John.
That was a good one. I appreciate that. Get the predictive skill one right.
I go with the easy route. 1-1, Wolf chopped foul to the right. And maybe the extent of my prediction is that he probably won't be playing left. Then if you want to stick your neck out there with the prediction, I'll let you do it. 1 ball and 2 strikes for Wolf.
I feel pretty comfortable with the rest of that.
I will fully support you. Chambers continuing to pitch for Washington State. Here's the delivery. Chopper to short. Picked up on a couple hops, and Wolf is out at first base.
Probably not going to make errors on those.
Mm-hmm.
I need a little bit more pressure if they're going to test the Coug defense.
Here comes Jackson Frost, 0 for 2 today with a couple of strikeouts. To get Jackson to put this in play here. Righty on righty matchup. Takes an inside strike. Tedesco lasted 3 2/3, gave up 8 hits, 2 earned runs. He walked 2, struck out 6 Iowa batters. 0-1 pitch from Chambers. Outside, ball 1.
Yeah, he wasn't great, but for a guy that came in with a 16 ERA, he found ways to get outs. Made quality pitches when he needed to.
1-1. This is fouled off over to the left.
Really didn't want to swing at that, and he just couldn't stop himself.
And Frost in another hole at 1-2. Good cut there and fouled it back to the screen. Chambers from the windup. The right-hander's ready. The pitch to Frost. High and out, 2-2.
That looked like everything he had there, and that was 84.
Does that scouting report say doesn't get much over that? 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here it comes to Frost. Chased a breaking ball way outside. Frost is going through it. 0 for 3 today with 3 strikeouts.
Boy, just not identifying it and seeing what's coming at you.
Started outside, stayed outside.
Right, that's a ball it's never a strike. Even if it's a fastball, it's never a strike. And then unfortunately, as it breaks away from you even more, it just makes you end up looking not great.
Here's Reese Moore. There's a fastball for a strike. 6-2 Washington State in the 5th. Iowa put up a 0 with a 1-2-3 inning to close the 4th. Washington State trying to answer. Pitch was very close, but low and out. 1-1. Pitch to Reese. Downstairs, ball 2. Two on to Moore. Outside, ball 3. Washington State dugout not thrilled with that call, but that was even more outside than a couple of pitches previous.
The ball was in the right-handed batter's box. We're looking right down at it.
3 balls and a strike on Reese. Here it comes from Chambers. That's across, strike 2. Reese got things started last inning for Iowa. Trying to spark a 2-out rally for the Hawks in the 5th. Full count. Chambers winds and fires. Tapped foul in the box. Reese stays alive.
Yeah, again, I think the number that's going to irritate the coaching staff the most is 8 strikeouts for Iowa hitters right now through 4 2/3 innings.
And it's easier said than done, but we're fortunate that the coaching staff has us sit in scouts to learn about the opponent as well, and you hear about just put the ball in play. But when you say just put the ball in play, you make it sound easy. 3-2, that's high, ball 4.
Well, the easy part is, so far from Tedesco and from Chambers, it is exactly what the scouting report says.
That's right.
So there's no mystery. It's who's going to execute the best. And again, Iowa is improving, but it's still the Cougs with a higher execution percentage than the Hawks.
It's like that Dennis Green clip, right? We are who they thought they are or were. First pitch to Swales. Oh my goodness, called a strike.
But to be fair, that's the one Risley got punched out on, so at least he's becoming consistent with that strike. But Ben can't hit that one effectively.
As far outside as possible. 0-1 to Swales. That's strike 2. Fastball low outside corner.
That was at least better. It was pulled in a little bit more. But again, just looking at Chambers' numbers, I don't think he can consistently hit that spot, so I'd test the theory here.
No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch from Chambers, that's in the dirt. Ben with a good hang there, didn't go after it, 1-2. Just a poke through the right side. Plenty of room over there for Swales, who has to protect here with 2 strikes. Long pause from Chambers. The pitch, way outside, 2-2.
Really testing how far out the umpire would call a strike.
Passed the test that time. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch to Swales. Chopped foul to Coach Bowe at third. Iowa down 6-2, again with more traffic on the base paths. Iowa's had a base runner, at least one, in every inning so far, but have only scored in 1 inning. Chambers gets back on the rubber. Count even at 2. Pitch to Swales. Hit in the air to right. Right fielder moving over there, and he ran out of room. Foul ball. Swales stays alive, turning into a good at bat. Let's make it productive.
Been the beneficiary of the wind, and as you mentioned earlier, how short of or how little foul ground there is once you get kind of to the back third of the outfield here. That wall is, 2 steps, maybe a step and a half off the fair foul line.
Another 2-2. Another foul ball. Swales is fouled off to left. He's fouled off to right. Just hanging tough. This is turning into a good at-bat for Ben. He's 1 for 2 today. Has singled. Chambers set. The pitch. Oh, it hit Ben in the head. He turned away from it. Good thing he's got that lid on. And he'll jog on down to first. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Had to fit that in within the window, and so Swales is hit by the pitch. Couple runners on.
Boy, that is the good news of having that little extra flap, because that one's not going to be good if it doesn't hit the flap. So thankfully there's a little extra guard there.
First and second with 2 outs for Andy Nelson, who clubbed the double his last time up. First pitch to Andy, popped it up. Right center field. The outfielders are coming together. It's the right fielder, John Stone, who makes the catch for the 3rd out. Andy got under it, and the Hawks leave 2 more base runners on, up to 9 so far in the game. We'll bring you the bottom of the 5th. It's 6-2 Washington State. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more.
6-2 Washington State in the bottom of the 5th inning. Tyler Guerin trots back out for another inning of work. Building off of his 1-2-3 inning. In the 4th, he'll see Roy, Thiel, and Thine.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad you're back, too. Thiel and Thine, just roll those off the tongue.
You know, I've got it marked down in my scorebook phonetically because they're not spelled the way I'm saying them, right?
Do that with my volleyball cheat sheets. Is instead of putting the actual name down, I just write it down that way. So I can't.
You know the rules and pronunciations. This inning not off to a great start for Guerin. Not off to as good of a start as he had the last time, as he hits Roy on the first pitch.
That's the second time the 148 hitter's been hit.
Keep track of him when he comes in the box the next time. Maybe he's standing right on top of it. I don't know.
His 3-2, I think, was a strike when he got hit that time, but that one I was slightly distracted.
Guerin deals a strike, gets back on track. It's Luke Thiel, 0 for 1 today with a strikeout and a walk.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a little bunt and run, something here from the Cougs just to try to get some momentum back on their side.
Pickoff move to first base. John's defensive adjustment predictions were correct. Caleb Wolf is at first base. Wilmus moves from left to right. Nelson goes from first to right.
Ben will be happy. Shorter run for him now back to left field.
That's right. (6-2) Washington State, bottom 5. Big lead at first base. Here's a high chopper that's foul. Boy, if that were 5 feet to the left, that would have been trouble. Would have bounced right over Caleb's head and all the way down the line. You're right, John. This infield, this turf is very bouncy.
Yeah, it is absolutely springy. We saw kind of we were on a different field last night for practice, but a similar construction, and it was really springy. And then today, down before the game, same idea.
0-2 is a sharp fastball that's away from the right-handed hitter. 1-2.
Huge lead.
Huge. Throw over there and safe. Very close. That's the closest pickoff move we've had in this game, and there have been plenty of them.
That was a throw right on. Wolf didn't have to move at all to put the tag right on the helmet. Had him leaning just the wrong way a touch.
1 ball, 2 strikes on the batter. Here's the pitch. This is shot over Wolf's head, and it is a fair ball. It landed right on the line. Nelson picks it up. It'll be runners at the corners for Washington State. Right on the line. Softly hit. Man.
Yeah, that is. We had the double down the line earlier that was down the left field line that was 6 inches fair, and we had that one that tested the theory even closer. And now at the bottom of the order here, expect Washington State to play some games. Nobody out.
Be sharp defensively here, Hawks. Nobody out. Runners at the corners for Noah Thine.
Middle of the infield will take 2. The corners popping in a little bit.
First pitch shows bunt, pulled it back, called a ball outside. You saw a flinch from the home plate umpire there. Should have committed.
Moore did a good job kind of turning the screw there to get it, try to get the outside part. And home plate umpires given the outside edge plus, didn't that time.
1-0 pitch from Guerin. Runner takes off, ground ball. Wolf dives to knock it down, turns every which way, and then goes to the bag to record the out at first. Runner from third scores. It's 7-2. I think Caleb made the right play there.
Absolutely. Make sure you get an out. You can do a lot of different things there and end up with 2 runners on and nobody out. So get an out. Didn't really have that play at second either. As he dove, you kind of fall on your own hand and arm, so it's hard to get up and throw it. Would have been an awkward shift of his feet to make a good throw to the plate. The free base hurting Iowa. I mean, obviously the well-placed single did too, but...
Another bunt attempt, this time by Cole Watterson. He pulled it back. It's ball 1. 7-2 Washington State now in the 5th.
Frost has to be careful. He can't full out commit to charging and leave third base unoccupied.
They've got the runner leaning, but had to be a slower move to second base there with both infielders so far away, and so Thiel able to get back. He really wasn't that far off the bag to begin with.
And Iowa really had nobody covering the bag. It was more just reset, get everybody back on the same page here.
A ball and no strikes. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball outside. I don't think he pulled it back in time, but the first base umpire says he did.
He poked at it.
And it's 2-0.
Wow. He stuck his bat out at it.
Instead, it's 2-0. Shows the bunt again. This time it's a called strike. Good fastball from Guerin. Tyler checks the runner at second, now delivers. He's fouled off the end of the bat over to the right. Count even now at 2. Tyler's done a nice job to find the zone on Watterson, who's hitting up over 300 in the 9 spot. Quite a few strikeouts, though. 11 strikeouts in 23 at-bats. Here comes the 2-2 from Guerin. Just inside. Good-looking pitch from Tyler. It's called a ball.
Wow.
So we've got the outer extension of the zone, but not inner. Might not need much of an extension on that pitch. Really good spot from Guerin. We'll see if he can throw a strike here. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. He got Watterson eventually, 2 away.
Well, and Watterson was really crouching on the plate and diving out across to try to protect the outer half. So when he gets busted inside, sure, if he's off the plate, it looks inside, but when you're standing right on top of the plate, it's a strike.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter as he fights back and gets the out anyway. But now he's got to intentionally walk Hartman because Iowa's had an impossible time of getting him out.
Yeah, he is 3 for 3 with 3 singles, 2 runs scored and an RBI. So put Hartman on and choose to face Ollie Obenauer, right-handed hitter for Guerin, to see it. 7-2 Washington State, bottom 5. 2 away for the Cougs in this inning. First pitch from Guerin, fouled off the end of the bat, and it'll kick foul over to the right.
Second baseman, Ollie Obenauer.
Schulte, Wilmus, Mitchell due up for Iowa in the 6th.
Frost shows in at third base to try to get bunt out of Obenauer's head, and then he goes running back as the pitch starts to come.
0-1 is slapped in the air, foul. No balls and 2 strikes. Guerin in the driver's seat.
Probably safe now with 2 strikes. He won't even really have to fake in here.
Guerin comes set. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch, low and out.
Boy, there is a play at first base if you want it. Caleb Wolf's just got to walk behind that base runner. Hartman is halfway down the line.
That secondary is impressive, isn't it?
Well, he's taking advantage of the fact that Iowa isn't really paying attention to him.
Guerin tried with the chase pitch, didn't get it. We'll see if he comes back in the zone here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here it comes. That's low. Runners take off. Throw down to third is late. And so a couple of stolen bases there for Washington State. They move up 2nd and 3rd.
That was a great job from Jackson there, too, to make sure he corralled that ball. Really took it just off the midsection just to make sure that it didn't go anywhere past him.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Obenauer. The pitch from Guerin. Swing and a miss. Drop third strike. Moore applies the tag. And that's a big strikeout from Guerin with a couple runners in scoring position there for the Cougs. We'll go to the 6th. Iowa down by 5 at 7-2. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Brown Deer Golf Club in Coralville, featuring Bunkers Bar and Grill. Enjoy a great Bunkers menu with burgers, chicken, salads, and wraps, and Gimmy's Pizza and Wings, a new pop-up menu at Bunkers that's all about savory pizzas and mouth-watering wings. To-go orders are welcome, as are you and your family at Brown Deer Golf in Coralville.
Top of the sixth inning, Iowa trails Washington State 7-2. Cooper Schulte will be the leadoff hitter for Iowa. He'll face a new Cougar pitcher. This is a left-handed junior, Troy Shepard.
6 1/3 innings in 2 appearances, a 4.26 ERA, 7 hits, 4 runs, just 3 of those earned. Only walked 1, 4 strikeouts. Opponents hitting him at .292. Going to get a fastball up there, the mid to upper 80s. He'll throw a curveball. He'll throw a changeup. I guess you'll call it the crafty left-hander again. So Iowa's going to have to really stick to that fastball. They're going to see it. You know, there's nothing really deceptive on what he's got going on. So just stick to it and try to, again, lay off the breaking stuff and make him land it for a strike.
Schulte 1 for 1 today. He walked and then he drove in 2 on a single in the 4th. First pitch that he sees, off speed across for a strike.
Of course he does.
Naturally. But Cooper did the right thing. Don't offer it that. 2 strikes you have to, but no balls and a strike on Schulte. Has the biggest hit of the game for Iowa. Need to mount a comeback. Pitch way inside. Almost took the skin off his shins. 1-1.
And I'll go back to the same thing. I wouldn't be wildly against a little push bunt there.
Over to that right side.
Mm-hmm.
A ball and a strike on Schulte. Here's the pitch, inside and low again, 2-1.
Also wouldn't be against him taking one off the thigh.
Find a way on.
Easy for me to say if I'm not going to get hit by the pitch, but
that's right. 2-1, pitch to Schulte, shows the bunt, drops it down the third base line. It's a beauty. Shepard off the mound, steps, throws to first. He threw it into right field. Schulte turns the corner. He's headed for second. He lost his lid. He'll sprint to second base. And the Hawks are in action, in business now in the 6th.
You put some pressure on you. It's probably going to go as a hit and an error, I would guess, as he did a great job, well positioned. Had a chance to throw him out, but would have taken a fantastic play. And then instead he sails it down the right field line.
Very nicely done to put that pressure on Washington State. Schulte's having himself a nice game. Another hit for him. And we'll go to the top of the order for Wilmus. First pitch to Ben. Breaking ball low and in.
They did go with, gave him the single and then called it an error on top of that. So.
Again, what you'd like to see from Iowa offensively to string it together, right? Stack some hits, base runners. 1-0 to Wilmus. Inside, just about hit him. He wasn't moving out of the way. It's 2-0.
Ben's not willing to give any ground there. It's whatever it takes to extend the inning, more base runners.
Shepard is ready. Takes a deep breath. The 2-0. Inside again, almost caught the pant leg of Wilmus. It's 3-0.
Wiggled the knee out that time. Didn't want to take it right in the knee.
Yeah. Ball on bone is bad.
Oh, ball on bone hurts so bad. I don't care how hard he's throwing. It's going to hurt.
And now Ben will move even closer to the dish. 3 balls, no strikes. Shepard's pitch is inside, ball 4. Iowa in business in the 6th. And Ben sort of turns to the dugout and fires up the guys. Let's go. That's one thing we haven't really seen from Iowa too much in this game today, a physical spark, right? We haven't had much proof or evidence to do that, but maybe right now is a good time.
Yeah, somewhere in there you have to create your own spark. If you struggle to find it, we've seen the Washington State pitchers bounce off the mound. We see a guy get hit by a pitch and the dugout's roaring. Sometimes you just got to create something small.
Mitchell shows the bunt. He brought the bat back, and it's a called strike.
So if you bring the bat back, it's going to be a strike. If you leave it out there, it's a ball. Strike. Got it. As long as I'm clear about how we're going to work this.
So we'll see what Gable does now. First and second with nobody out. Iowa down 5 in the 6th.
Third baseman was cracking off the signals instead of the catcher, so third baseman flashed the infield signs as to how they're going to play it. Again, bunt coverages are a little sketchy, so not a bad opportunity to try to move them up.
No balls and a strike. The pitch to Gable. That's outside, 1-1. No sign of a bunt there from Mitchell.
We've also had a pitcher that hasn't really been in the strike zone yet either.
Count even at 1. The pitch. Outside.
Oh, good gravy.
A strike. 1-2.
My goodness. Guerin did not get those pitches in the bottom of the inning.
Gable would need a longer bat to hit that. The 1-2. Ground ball to third. This is double trouble. Throw to second for one. Over to first. Gable beat it out. Hustling down the line. So first and third now for Miles Risley.
Catcher now flashing the signs. Again, I would not be against seeing Iowa put another bunt down here just to make this Washington State defense play. Yeah, right down the first base area there.
And third base is deep, too. Risley could go anywhere with it. First pitch to Miles.
Oh, my goodness.
Called a strike at the kneecaps.
Risley asking some questions of the home plate umpire. Don't blame him a bit, man. This is to steal your line.
Scoreboard operator here threw it up as a ball.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Risley batting .393. With runners on, 529. Miles is 1 for 3 this afternoon. Could improve those numbers here. Hawks need it. Down 7-2 in the 6th. First and third, 1 out. The 0-1 to Risley. Low and out, 1-1.
That's the strike he got punched out on, so I don't blame him for bending the knees. He goes, I know this is a ball, but what are you going to call it?
Yep. Second baseman Obenauer, playing almost directly behind the second base bag, shifted over to the right just a bit. A lot of room on the ground to the right side. 1-1 is a breaking ball that stayed high, 2-1.
Boy, Gable Mitchell is getting just 100% fooled by Shepard's move to the plate. He is, the last 2 pitches, he's been hard breaking back to first. So ground ball here is a lot of trouble because he's not going to get anywhere near second base.
2-1. In the dirt. Mitchell takes off for second. He's going to get there.
And
that makes it easy.
Well, and he did a much better job that time. He was able to hold his ground, and so he was able to keep his secondary lead so that then when the ball bounced, he was able to move on.
Three balls and a strike. Can the Hawks get a clutch hit from Risley? 2 in scoring position with 1 out. The pitch from Shepard. Inside, ball 4. Wouldn't have been surprised if that was a called strike, John.
It was strike 1 on him.
That's right. Instead, ball 4, and the bases loaded for Caleb Wolf. Come on, Hawks.
Caleb handles the bat well. Again, you don't tend to bunt with the bases loaded because it's an easier play at the plate. All you got to do is make the force.
Caleb is batting .353. Got some pop in his bat.
You need him to, sometimes he's just make contact and put it in play, and that's, he hit a ground ball to short last time. You really want to see the aggressive swing here.
Lefty on lefty matchup. Breaking ball to get him started. It's over for a strike.
I mean, that's the cap tip. 71-mile-an-hour breaking ball. Take that lefty on lefty.
Iowa down by 5, threatening in the 6th. The 0-1 to Wolf. Ground ball that is fair down the left field line. 1 run is in. They're waving Mitchell. He'll score 2. Wolf stops at first base, and he fires up the dugout. Runners at the corners again for the Hawks after the 2 RBI single from Caleb Wolf.
Huge there. As that ball, Iowa finally gets their own seeing eye single as he bounces it right past the third baseman, able to find it down the line. A good hustle play there by Hartman out in left. I was wondering why he was throwing it to second base, but did a really good job there to cut it off. I think if Mitch Bose sees the throw going into second base, though, you might have been able to let Risley come onto the plate. But in any event, Iowa will pinch hit here now with the tying run coming to the plate.
7-4, we'll see Jackson Beeman come up now for the Hawkeyes, the junior transfer from Missouri. He'll see a new Washington State pitcher, though. Coach Choate is on his way to the mound. And we'll see that door open up in right. And Washington State will make a pitching change. 7-4. Iowa within 3, just 1 out in the inning. We'll see Jackson Beeman come up for the Hawks right after this pitching change break. Back in a moment, this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
When you live in the Midwest, you're accustomed to leading the nation in certain things, from corn and pork production to eggs and soybeans. And now we're adding another product to that list, clean, renewable wind energy. By investing in wind turbines and partnering with area farmers and landowners, Mid-American Energy is harvesting wind power that's homegrown right in our very own backyard, which not only provides customers with low, stable energy rates, but also the support to make our Midwest communities safer and stronger.
Join the swarm and team up with Iowa athletes to support local charities. Make a difference today. Visit iowaswarm.com to learn more. The Cougs turn to Rylan Hayter, the right-handed pitcher, 6'2", 189. Kind of moving up their list a little bit as they go to, with Hayter having 2 appearances, a 1.80 ERA, 5 innings pitched. He's only given up 3 hits, 2 runs, just 1 earned, a couple walks, 5 strikeouts. He's going to throw from the sidearm, think kind of 930-ish in that area. So really doesn't hum it up there, middle 80s, but going to throw some breaking balls off that. Iowa pitchers again, or hitters again, maybe look for a ball out over the plate, try to stay off the fastball that's low early on as he'll get good sink on it. But if Beeman can get a ball out over the plate, he could drive one to right field, maybe get back as that wind shifted more towards the foul pole again.
First and third for Jackson Beeman against the new Washington State pitcher, Rylan Hayter.
Sorry, my fault.
That was information only I knew. Here's a ground ball to third. It's juggled by the third baseman. They'll throw it to second for 1.
Double play.
And he slid into the second baseman. Wolf slid into the second baseman. And so both runners are out.
Wait. Home plate umpire.
Yeah, we're going to have a little bit of a dispute here. And Coach Heller is out of the dugout to go talk with the second base umpire. You know, where Caleb slid, he was not in the lane. He was outside of the baseline, sliding towards right field, on the right field side of the bag, to avoid that.
That's the problem, though. He's got to stay in the lane no matter what. But the second baseman can't come through the lane. He can't come into Caleb Wolf. He has to avoid contact out of the lane.
And it's going to end up a double play to get out of the inning. Just when Iowa was mounting more and more momentum, it comes to a screeching halt on a strange double play to get out of the inning. 7-4, Washington State with the lead. Iowa with a couple more runs back, but still down by 3. We'll bring you the bottom of the 6th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
John Evans and John Leo back with you in Cleburne, Texas. The first of 4 games against Washington State taking place now. The Cougars have the lead over the Hawkeyes 7-4 as we get to the bottom of the 6th inning. Iowa brings in a new pitcher. This will be Jack Whitlock, the 6'2" senior from Cumming, Georgia. Jack had his first action of the season last weekend to seal a victory down at the Stetson tournament. So Jack out for some more work here in the opener against Washington State. He'll face 3, 4, and 5, Shawnsby, Longo, and Johnstone. Whitlock, the right-hander, out of the windup. The first pitch to Shawnsby is waved at and missed. Good start from Jack out of the bullpen. Bottom 6, Washington State 7-4. Iowa continues to knock at the door. They've scored twice in this game, in 2 innings rather. 2 runs in the 4th, 2 in the 6th. The 0-1 pitch from Whitlock, that's outside. It's 1-1. Just a really unfortunate ending to the 6th, the top of the 6th for Iowa there with a strange double play.
Oh, I still have PTSD from that double play.
Oh, I know.
And because of that, we learned a lot about that rule.
Pop up into shallow left. Wilmus tracking it, angling over. Ben's camped. He's got it for the first out of the inning. Good start for Whitlock.
We learned a great deal about how that rule is supposed to be administered.
That Illinois game still sticks in the craw, doesn't it? I have trouble letting go, John. I'm with you on that. I didn't think we'd have to see much of that again, but it ends the top of the 6th for Iowa. Some things starting to turn for Iowa offensively, but still down by 3. The key now is to keep putting up zeros. Whitlock snaps a fastball low to Longo. And let's see the changes now for Iowa defensively after the latest substitution of Jackson Beeman. Beeman goes into right. Nelson moves to second base. And Gable Mitchell moves from second to third. So a lot of shifting going on for Iowa defensively. Foul tip by Longo there. It's 1-1. So with Whitlock in the game, that concludes a nice outing for Tyler Guerin. 1-1 from Whitlock. Hit him in the foot.
Boy, he's going to think twice about taking that. I mean, concept is you take it, but boy, again, bone on bone is not going to be good. It's Jack just lost control of that breaking ball.
Runner on for the Cougs in the bottom of the 6th with 1 out. Here's Logan Johnstone.
4 walks and 3 hit by pitch on the Iowa pitching staff today.
Yep. First pitch from Jack. Inside, ball one. Couldn't quite clip the edge.
Two wild pitches as well. So just too many free bases from Iowa in general.
Hurtful. One ball, no strikes on Johnstone. The right fielder waves and misses at a pitch from Jack. 1-1.
Longo 1 for 1 in the stolen base department.
One. That's high. 2-1. Let's crack down on those free bases here towards the end.
Yeah, you've just got to get the 0 here. If you're Iowa, you've got to be able to go back in, pick up the bats in the top of the 7th, just down 3.
Another pickoff move over to first. Close once again. The runner dives back in. Two-1. Line drive, base hit into right. Beeman moving over. He'll pick it up. Runner will get to third base. Just sort of threw his bat at that and was able to turn around on it.
Yeah, just able to whip it past a pulled in Caleb Wolf because he was holding the runner on base.
That'll bring up the shortstop, Gavin Roy. He's been hit by 2 pitches today. Also flied out to center. First pitch from Whitlock. Outside, ball 1.
3 of the 7 Cougar runs are freebies from the Hawks, so
helped him out a bit.
4th one standing down there at third base.
Nobody throwing in the Iowa bullpen. Right now is on Jack, the 1-0. Outside again, 2-0. Time called. Here comes pitching coach Sean Kenny to go out and talk with his pitcher, Jack Whitlock. It's one of those situations. Iowa scored 2 runs in the 4th, could not get the shutdown inning in the bottom half of the inning. Scored two more runs in the 6th, and haven't been able to get the shutdown on the brink of.
Actually, they did in the 4th. It was the bottom of the 5th that Washington State scored.
You're right.
And so they did get that one, but it wasn't very long that they gave one of them back. But now here, again, you're a ground ball away. It's still just a 6-4-3 double play, and you're back in the dugout swinging the bats. And so, Jack, if he keeps the breaking ball down, can easily get that. Maybe it's even a 5-4-3 double play because he catches him. He catches Roy a little bit out on his front foot, and he hits one right to Gable, and Gable turns it instead of the pivot.
First and third with 1 out. 2-0 pitch. Outside again, 3-0.
God, getting the strike zone, though. And it's got to be a challenge, too, for the fielders. As you look, you're looking back, the home plate is in a shadow, and so you've got the sun kind of behind.
Next pitch from Jack. It's low, ball 4. Bases loaded for Thiel. Was a base hit today. Looks like Coach Heller might be making a change here. That'll do it for Jack Whitlock. We'll take a pitching change break. Bases loaded for Washington State. We'll be back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
For comprehensive coverage of college baseball, tune to Sirius XM Big Ten Radio Channel 372 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app. Sirius XM is the home of your favorite team and conference, including live games plus interviews and analysis. So cheer along online with the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2025.
All right, trouble territory for the Hawks in the bottom of the sixth. Bases are loaded, and one out for Washington State. New pitcher into the game for the black and gold. This will be Sam Hart, the right-handed senior from Highland Ranch, Colorado.
One appearance on the year, a third of an inning, faced two batters. Walked one of them, got one of them to ground out. Hawks will be looking for that ground ball right now. 15 appearances last year through 13 innings. Went 0-1 on the season. It's just a good all-around egg, and so hopefully Sam will be able to come in, get the Hawkeyes back into the dugout, and get the bats swinging.
A couple of free bases have helped Washington State get runners on. How about a break goes our way right now? Let's get our own double play. Something to get out of here and stay within striking distance in the series opener. We'll be on the air tomorrow, 1:30. 2 o'clock first pitch. Cade Obermuller grabs the ball for Iowa, looking for his first win of the season, as remarkable as that sounds, considering how well he has pitched in both of his starts this year.
Yeah, he's been outstanding. See if Iowa can figure out how to steal this one. Washington State turned to their sidearm guy. Iowa turns to their sidearm guy. See if they can get the same double play ball.
First pitch ball from Hart. Seven to 4, Washington State, bottom six. The 1-0 pitch. There's a strike from Sam. Slid it in there, 1-1. Thiel batting .412 on the early season for Washington State. 1-1 from Hart. Outside and low, ball 2.
Yeah, Iowa's just not done a very good job with the bottom of this order. Well, really too many free bases up and down the order as well, but
yeah, you start 6, 7, 8, 9. It's been a little bit of an adventure for Iowa today, trying to turn the tide here. The 2-1 from Hart, way outside, ball 3.
Just 2 for 9, but just not enough strikes, and You're seeing it right now. And 3-1, bases loaded, so no place to put Thiel.
Sam's got to find it here. 3 balls and a strike with 1 out, bases loaded. The pitch, outside, ball 4. 8-4 Washington State.
So not only did you not get the shutdown inning, you've created a potentially much bigger mountain here.
Yeah, here comes Noah Thine.
Wait, he is right on top of the plate.
First pitch is a called strike, and this is where you get into that territory with Hart with the breaking ball. Boy, if he holds on to that too long, I don't suspect Thine would be trying to get out of the way. He's a left-handed hitter. Here's the 0-1. He shows the bunt, bunted it foul. 0-2. Boy, Sam brought that inside on him.
Boy, that isn't just like we talked about in the Hawkeye half of the inning. to do that with the bases loaded. Now, Iowa's defense was back, so maybe he just thought he was bunting for a hit as opposed to anything else, but interesting play.
No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch from Hart. Low, 1-2.
Still would love to see left-handed hitter is a little bit more difficult, but love to see Wolf walk right back in behind Thiel at first base.
Huge lead. 1-2. Way outside, 2-2. Trying to bring that in the back door. Didn't have enough snap on it. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Iowa trying to hang on here. Prevent this from blowing open. Oh, he leaned into that. Yes,
yep.
Good call. And he's out.
So walk back to first, hit by runners out.
Thine was hit by the pitch, but he leaned forward into it.
That's exactly what Roy did a couple innings earlier. This time he gets the call. Just stuck his knee forward to take that pitch.
Washington State's head coach coming to talk with the home plate umpire. Everybody stays put, but the batter is out. And maybe there's the break that Iowa catches a little bit. Not out of the woods yet. Here's Watterson with the bases still loaded and 2 outs. 8-4 Washington State. First pitch from Hart. Bunt attempt is popped foul.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, John. I don't know. The plan there. Maybe force us to make a play, I guess.
Well, I guess it goes to the point, too, of you don't trust yourself to swing the bat because, I mean, there's 2 outs. You're strictly just trying to bring a run in at that point, and golly.
Wild pitch from Hart, and it's 9-4.
I get that ball's moving away from Reese, but he's got to catch that ball. And I mean, easy for me to say. I didn't. It's not an 89 or 90 mile an hour fastball, but.
Just giving them runs now at this point, 9-4.
So the break you catch, you give right back, and you're still not out of trouble.
Next pitch catches the edge. That's a strike, 1-2. Second and third and 2 outs.
Do not want to face Hartman in this inning.
Hart set with the 1-2. Low and out. Moore with a backhand pick, 2-2. Iowa down 5 now. Two balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Hart's pitch, fouled back. We'll do it again at 2-2. Watterson really crowding the plate, the right-handed hitter, the 2-2, and hit by the pitch. Bases loaded for Hartman. No place to put him, so you can't intentionally walk him like you did last inning. First pitch from Hart to Hartman. There's a strike from Sam. Sam trying to work a little quicker here. The 0-1 outside. Ball and a strike. Moore, Swales, and Nelson due up for Iowa when we get to the 7th. Anytime the Hawks get closer, Washington State just pushes a little harder on the way back. 1-1. Ground ball to first. Wolf cannot make the play. It's all the way down the line and right. 1 run is in. Here comes the second. They're waving a third. The throw goes into second base. Is a bases clearing double for Max Hartman. And Washington State leads 12-4.
That's got to be an error.
Yeah, Wolf played it off to the side, tried to pick it, and came up empty instead of bodying that ball up.
And I mean, I talked about it before, the difficulty of seeing the ball come off the bat because it's in the shade. But boy, that's just that's a 2-3 hopper that gave it a hit. Wow.
(12-4) Washington State as Obenauer steps up. Big innings have destroyed the Hawks here today. 5 already across in this inning. Next one from Hart. Inside, almost hit him. Ball 1. Ball and a strike with 2 outs. Slider outside from Hart, 2 balls and a strike. Well, this is taking a turn. The hole might just be a little too deep for Iowa now, down by 8. 2-1 pitch. That's across for a strike, 2-2. Two from Hart. Low, ball 3.
Hawkeye Athletics extended Coach Dave Diani, the women's soccer coach. Fantastic year this year.
He continues to stack really strong seasons for the soccer program.
And an all-around good dude, too.
Yes. 3-2 from Hart. Grounded foul over to the left. See if Hart can get him on this pitch. Sam will step off and regroup. 3-2. Another foul ball. Just got a piece of it. Obenauer stays alive. Third straight 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Hart gets him fishing for the strikeout. And that'll do it for the 6th, but a disastrous inning as Washington State scores 5 runs. It's 12-4 Cougars. We're back for the 7th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletic season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
(12-4) Washington State as we get to the top of the 7th. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Reese Moore making his way to the box. Iowa down by 8 as we get to the final 3 innings of this one.
It was better earlier.
It was.
And it wasn't good earlier.
It's been one of those games, just right from the start. Moore takes a ball outside. Washington State out to a 6-0 lead after 3 innings.
We've been here 3 hours and we have 3 hours or 3 innings to play.
Right.
I hope we don't have 3 hours to play.
1-0 pitch. Outside again, 2-0. Sidearm Hyder still pitching for Washington State after getting Beeman out on one pitch. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch to Reese. Outside again, ball 3. To Reese. It's across for a strike, 3-1. Each team with 10 hits, but drastic differences in the run total, which is the one that counts. 12-4 Washington State, top 7. 3-1 pitch to Reese Moore. Here it comes. Swing and a miss, 3-2.
Yeah, the one thing Iowa's been pretty good as a staff this year is limiting free bases, but boy, 6 walks, 4 hit batters is not limiting free bases today.
3-2, Reese hits on the ground to second. Scooped up and thrown over to first base, 1 away. You knew the plan coming in for Iowa was a typical midweek style. Throw a few pitchers out there in this game, much different than what we'll see the rest of the weekend in terms of the approach, especially getting some of these guys some innings, like a Bleeker, Pearson, Guerin. Need to see what they've got to see if they're good to go for the weekend, which next weekend really comes up with Big Ten play with Rutgers next week. So you got to see who we can extend to the weekend, and just hasn't gone well today for Iowa. Pinch hitter for the Hawks. Colin Coonrad is up, left-handed hitter. First pitch is a ball low. He's batting for Swales in the DH spot. One-0 is a low strike, 1-1. One to Coonrad. Ground ball right back up the middle and through into center field. Coonrad picks up the hit here in the 7th, his first as a Hawkeye.
Congratulations on the first Hawkeye hit.
Freshman from Cedar Falls in his 4th at bat of the season. He gets on base for Iowa in the 7th and brings up Andy Nelson. Here's Andy Nelson. Low for ball 1.
It was just for fun. I mean, it's early in the season, but just for fun, I was looking at Warren Nolan just to cross for a strike, 1-1, just to see kind of what impact it had. Because normally you get later in the season, it moves 30 points, 40 points, 50 points, whatever, for a win.
Do I want to know?
No. Iowa 50th in RPI so far this year. So that's across for a ball, actually, 2-1. Iowa with a win loses 289 points today, and with a loss loses 646 points today.
Goodness. Oh.
Now, by the end of the season, that's going to change rather dramatically. But
swing and a miss by Nelson, 2-2.
Iowa, by playing this game and now losing, it's going to fall from like 50 to they'll be about 110 or something. But even with a loss, would have fallen to, or with a win, would have fallen to like 70 or something. It's still a little
early metrics.
Yeah, it's early to care.
2-2. Nelson stays alive, fouled it off.
I actually only pulled it up for the scoreboard, but when I was here, then I decided to browse. There's not a whole lot going on a Thursday, but just 5 games across the country today.
This is the only Power 4 matchup. Pitch is low. I guess Washington State's in the Mountain West for baseball.
Yeah, BYU, Gonzaga, and Cincinnati, San Diego would be your other. UC San Diego would be your other higher profile games. Omaha on top of 7-0 Kansas, 6-4 though.
3 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch to Nelson. Rips this foul down the left field line. Yeah, I haven't come around on a thought for this game yet.
My thought is I'm glad you have to interview Rick tomorrow and not me.
Full count pitch to Nelson. We'll do it again. Here it comes. This is blooped into shallow right, and it's down for a base hit. Second baseman goes back to pick it up. Coonrad does a nice job. He froze in between first and second, realized that it was going to get down, and got to second base. So a one-out single for Andy.
Well, and that, Andy hit a ball 104 that caused some ruckus at the end of the Notre Dame game, so it's nice to see him get just a flare. That ball was flared so much over the second baseman's head, but in front of the right fielder, that it went over the second baseman's head, hit the ground, and spun back so that the second baseman could field it.
Nasty backspin. There's Cooper Schulte. Taps it foul over to the left.
Do we play South Dakota State this year?
Do not. We do not. They're in action today, huh?
They are. 0-5 on the season so far, but
0-1, Schulte. A swing and a miss on the breaking ball. Hyder.
I imagine they have a little bit of the same punishment that Washington State has when they go on the road. They go on the road and stay on the road.
Yes. No balls and 2 strikes on Schulte. Couple runners on with 1 out. Here's the pitch to Cooper. Low and out. Boy, how'd he lay off that? That came all the way across the zone and then dropped low and out at the last moment. 1-2.
Are we at a point where Iowa's played 7 innings and put 2 runners on base in every inning?
We're getting pretty close.
Or more.
I think that's a correct statement. 1-2. That's in the dirt. 2-2. You're right, John. Iowa has had at least 2 runners on in every inning today.
Yeah, I mean, this game's really about Washington State taking advantage of opportunities and freebies where Iowa just hasn't been able to do that.
2-2. Low and out, ball 3. Possibly caught a break there. We'll take it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I won't complain for at least 2 more pitches because Iowa seemed to have got one there as he really dotted the outside part of the plate there.
A lot of breaking balls from Hyder until that pitch, which was a good-looking fastball. We'll see what he's got here on the 3-2 to Schulte. This is popped up on the infield, and the pitcher makes the catch. It's infield fly anyways. 2 away.
That's an interesting infield fly call, though, because it wasn't particularly routine, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Iowa base runners were in place, and if you're Hyder and you let that ball drop with all the spin it was going to have on it, you might not have corralled it.
Top of the order with Ben Wilmus now with 2 on and 2 out. Takes strike 1. (12-4) Washington State in the top of the 7th. 0-1 to Ben. Lined into right center field. That's down for a base hit. They'll wave Coonrad around third, and he'll score. It's an RBI single for Wilmus, 12-5. Iowa comes within 7 now.
Good piece of hitting there from Ben again. Didn't really try to do anything extra with it. Just took it, served it right back up the middle. Sliced it off the center fielder whose throw went to third base. Gable should get a really good look at this from the sidearm. You know, left-handed pitcher, he's going to see it. Left-handed hitter, he's going to see the right-handed pitcher sidearm all the way.
First and third for Gable with 2 outs. 12-5 is our score in the 7th. First pitch from Hyder to Mitchell is way outside, ball 1. 13th hit of the game for the Hawks. Second of the afternoon for Wilmus. Again, having another productive day at the top of the Hawkeye order. 1-0 to Mitchell. Takes a strike, entered third, 1-1.
Just a good pitch there from Hyder to come back in after he set up the first fastball away. Busted that one back in.
One outside, 2-1.
There's something that didn't really talk about or haven't really paid any attention, and not looking to make a ton of excuses for the new Hawkeye pitchers, but a lot of them first time pitching for the Hawkeyes.
2-1, Mitchell pops up, shallow left. Shortstop going back, still angling back. He makes the catch for the third out. John, hold that thought. We'll stretch things out. We'll be back for the bottom of the seventh. It is 12-5 Washington State. It's Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
So much to see, so many places to experience, and nobody helps you get there like Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited. Come to our travel showcase March 13th from 4:30 to 7:30 at the Olympic Theater in Cedar Rapids. Get in on exclusive show deals, meet our travel partners, discover unique travel opportunities, and enjoy complimentary food and drinks. Just visit duagency.com or call 319-393-1359 to register. The world is yours to explore at the DU Travel Showcase on March 13th.
12-5 Washington State over Iowa in the opener of this series. We're at the bottom of the seventh. The Hawkeyes will bring in a new pitcher, turning to Chaz Wheatley, the 6'6" senior from Edmonton, Alberta.
A couple of appearances on the season for Chaz. Neither one's probably gone exactly the way he wanted. He got the ground ball he wanted in his first outing against South Florida, but then had a tough time Saturday night against Stetson. He comes back in now looking to find some rhythm. Fastball is going to be in the low 90s. He's got a slider, a sweeper, a changeup. Usually the guy Iowa turns to if they need a ground ball. Chaz seems to be a little hot and cold. We're going to get Max Burt behind the plate.
Yeah, making his Iowa debut. So Burt will catch. Max Burt, the redshirt freshman from Mason City. Attended Newman Catholic. And so Burt in to catch for the Hawks.
He was part of the can we get every catcher hurt in a 30-second period last year right at the beginning of the season.
I'd kind of forgotten about that, John. That played a big role in the start of the season, I think, for Iowa last year.
And unfortunately, his injury was the worst. Kept him out, obviously, all year. And Cade Moss was dinged up, and Davis Kopp was less than 100%. So, yeah, it was certainly changed the way that the staff got handled. And you go from having what you thought you were going to have Cade Moss be behind the plate and kind of be your rock-solid, steady guy. And, especially now this year, without him around, and as the guys – get a new feel for what's going on, you realize how much Cade contributed.
All right, we're ready for action in the bottom of the seventh. Iowa down by 7. Wheatley to pitch for the Hawks. Deals strike one to Ryan Shawnsby.
See if Chaz can get the shutdown inning for Iowa this time. Iowa 1 for 2 in that category.
0-1. Just outside. Shawnsby batting from the left side. He's 1 for 3 today with a walk. Does have an RBI. Also has a strikeout. 1-1 from Wheatley. High chopper to third. Mitchell grabs it. Gable throws it across the diamond. Good stretch from Wolf. 1 away.
Good job there from Gable to run up and make sure he caught the big high hop. Didn't have to take a short hop or anything like that. Was able to take the big one and give himself time to set his feet and zing it across the diamond.
1 up, 1 down. Here comes Rico Longo.
Seems like a fun name to say.
Yes. Right-handers dueling in this at-bat. First pitch strike from Chaz. We snapped that in there. Sharp fastball. Wheatley's 0-1. A little bit too far inside, 1-1.
Yeah, if you're Iowa, this is just going to be just got to be a giant flush, unfortunately.
Yeah. One from Chaz. Ooh, hit him. Up and in. Got him. Longo hit by a pitch for the second time today.
Boy, that is the 5th batter that Iowa has hit. I know a lot of these guys are standing on top of the plate, but you kind of do that when you're not a great hitting team. You're trying to create some offense, and Iowa just feeding it right now.
Johnstone watches a strike go by from Chaz. Yeah, we knew this was going to be a different style of game. I'm kind of beating a dead horse here with the midweek approach. It's just unfortunate that it has not turned out the way it was envisioned. Ball 1 low.
Well, and I mean, it is the hard part of the approach is you need, Iowa's had 7 pitchers, so you need 7 guys to come in and be ready and be on.
1-1. Just high and out. Ball 2 from Chaz.
And when you look, it's appearance 1, 3. 3 of the guys made their first appearance of the season today.
Mm-hmm.
And now 3 of the guys.
2-1 is hit on the ground to second. Flip to second for 1. Over to first for a double play. 4-6-3. Nelson, Schulte to Wolf. 1 runner gets on, but erased on the double play. And we'll go to the top of the 8th. Washington State leads at 12-5. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hi, this is Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. Substitutions cost you money. Why take their seconds when you can have our first choice? Here's Ben Pieper to tell you more about Mershman Power Core Enlist Corn.
After 3 years, we've never been more confident in the germplasm that's behind the Power Core Enlist trait system. And when we enhance those genetics with Mershman Seeds starting line corn seed treatments, you are off to the races with some of the highest yielding corn hybrids you can plant today.
Contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer and ask them about Power Core Enlist Corn. From Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
12-5, Washington State in the top of the 8th. Back at La Moderna Field in Cleburne, Texas. New pitcher into the game for the Cougs. This will be left-handed sophomore Jake Robinson.
Jake is not off to the season start he envisioned. 1 1/3 innings, 8 hits, 5 runs have all been earned. He's walked 1, hasn't struck out a batter, given up 3 doubles. Opponents have knocked him around pretty good. His fastball is going to be right around the mid-80s. He'll throw a slider. Again, another one of those guys that's had a hard time consistently throwing his breaking ball for a strike. So you sit on the fastball and expect it to be in the middle of the plate, and anything else you lay off of. And see if Iowa can start a rally that way.
Currently down 12-5. Just honestly a catastrophic inning in the sixth. When you were in striking distance, with still some time to go, Iowa gives up a 5 spot in the sixth that really tightened the grip for Washington State, and now it takes a major comeback for Iowa to steal the opener. But one pitch at a time, we'll see what the Hawks can do as we're in the 8th, down 12-5. Here's Miles Risley to lead things off. First pitch from Robinson to Risley is over. Strike one. Robinson, the left-handed pitcher for Washington State, deals the 0-1. Risley hits on the ground up the middle, through into left center field. Another hit for Risley, his second of the day. Shortstop was playing over towards third. Would have been a long run for Roy to track that down. He almost got to it, but Risley is on for the third time today. That'll bring up Dan Rogers. He'll hit for the first time this evening.
A little bit more pop here than Caleb, maybe.
Rogers, 6'4", fifth year. Grays Lake, Illinois. His first 4 years at Loris in Dubuque. First pitch is low and out to him. This is a lefty-on-lefty matchup here. Rogers with quite a bit of power. 1-0 pitch. Takes down Central 1-1. Only batting 182, but a better hitter than that average indicates.
Yeah, I mean, he's Loris's all-time hit leader.
Good breaking ball in for a strike there.
And I know. We're not at Loris anymore, but when you bat 444 in a season, you can hit the ball.
That's right. 1-2 on Rogers. The pitch. Check swing. Kicked away from the catcher, but Risley stays at first base. Didn't have a very good read on it.
We talked about that earlier when Hartman scored on a ball that didn't get very far away from Moore. Ball there. You're going to second base. You got to get to second base there.
2-2 to Dan. Here it comes. Lays off a pitch in the dirt, and the count will be full.
You could also argue that making it out at second base down 7 is pretty wasted adventure as well. So if you're not sure, don't go.
3-2 to Rogers from Robinson. Outside, ball 4. Good at bat from Rogers off the bench. The first 2 hitters are on for Iowa in the 8th.
Well, Beamer will get another chance.
Beeman came up for the first time in that 6th inning when Iowa was really knocking at the door and bounced into a double play. See if he can see a pitch or two this time. Runners at first and second with nobody out.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the only time Iowa hasn't been successful with a runner at third and less than 2 out today.
First pitch to Beeman, strike 1. Sharp fastball.
But for how bad it's gone for Iowa today, Washington State's 6 for 8 in that situation.
0-1 to Beeman, low and outside. Fine's been pretty good behind the plate.
Really has been. And kind of talked about him being maybe a little bit undersized catcher, but boy, does the job. And he's an Iowa guy, so what's not to like?
1-1. Beeman hits high and off the end of his bat, foul. Right side, 1-2. First and second with nobody out, but Beeman in a bit of a hole here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Iowa down 7 in the 8th. Here's the pitch. Outside, 2-2. Good It'd be fun to make this interesting, but just one pitch at a time. We got to chip away at it.
I think Robinson blew a button on his jersey.
2-2. Low. Ball 3. Yeah, I think you're right, John.
It's a
gap right above the belt.
Yeah, the really solid white look, and then you've got the maroon undershirt that you can easily well see there.
Big pitch here. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch to Beeman. Ground ball that is off the bag at third. Fair ball into the corner. 1 run in for the Hawks. It'll be a double for Beeman. 12-6.
Boy, we talked about getting a ball down the line into the corner was going to be a well-positioned ball. He roped that. It hit the bag. And again, with how hard Beeman hit it, it still got over the bag and down into the corner. And I think the Cougs are going to go to the bullpen.
Max Burt will get his first at bat as a Hawkeye, and it'll be against a new Washington State pitcher. They've got a right-hander getting loose in the pen. I don't know if he's ready, though. And
we're gonna slow play this change until the home plate umpire comes out.
Yeah, we're going to chit-chat for a moment. 12-6. Midweek game. I suppose some strange things can happen. Now the home plate umpire will make his way out to the mound. And I suspect that we'll see a call here to the pen, but we will not.
Wow.
They're going to stick with Robinson. Good thing we did not send it to a break there. They pump faked us a bit. And we'll keep it here as Robinson will continue to pitch for Washington State. That means we'll see Max Burt, redshirt freshman, his first at bat as a Hawkeye, with runners at second and third, nobody out. Iowa down 12-6 in the 8th. But again, more pressure. First pitch to Burt is high for ball 1.
I mean, I'm sure Coach Sutherland was chirping at Burt about, see a strike, see the ball, see that fastball, trust your training.
Burt takes the 1-0 for a strike. Okay, 1-1. Coonrad on deck. At the very least, have to move these runners. The 1-1. Outside, ball 2. Close to coming in on that outer edge, but didn't pull it all the way back in. 2 balls and a strike on Burt.
I love what Birdie's doing, too. He's getting out of the box. He's taking his time, takes a breath, gets back in.
The pitch from Robinson. Ground ball to second off the end of the bat. Rogers will score. Burt is out at first base. Okay. Iowa gets another run across. It's 12-7, down by 5 now.
Well, congratulations on your first RBI.
There you go.
Maybe not the highlight reel RBI you would have wanted, but helps the team make some more progress here with Coonrad at the plate.
Coonrad singled and scored last inning. He comes up with a runner at third. First pitch to Colin. It's called strike.
I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't have TrackMan.
I think you don't need TrackMan for us to know, John. That's what I think. Another pitch that was low and outside. This one called a ball. They really wanted the third base umpire to say that Colin went around. He did not. Coonrad in the clear. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner at third is Beeman. Here's the pitch. Strike at the knees. 1-2.
Because the funny thing is, the home plate umpire is basically over the catcher's right shoulder, and I'm basically over the catcher's left shoulder. I can't see height as well, but I can see the plate.
1-2. Outside. Good job by Coonrad to lay off.
That's a big run down there. The difference between 5 and 4 is...
It is substantial.
Yeah, I mean...
2-2. Swing and a miss. Coonrad down on strikes. 2 away now for Andy Nelson making his way to the box. Is Iowa pinch hitting here? Looks like yes. Andy Nelson pulled in from the batter's box. We'll see who's coming out. There has not been an Iowa hitter coming out yet.
I don't even know who's left on the roster.
I think it's going to be Mitch Wood.
Okay.
Still waiting for Mitch to pop out of the
I hope he was getting warmed up somewhere else because he didn't get a chance to take any hacks there. So I hope he's been getting loose along the way.
I don't think he has been, John. He just put on the donut on the bat, and he's going through some arm circles. All right, we'll give Mitch a little bit of time to get loose here. Mitch Wood, senior from Ottumwa, started at Iowa, then went to Northern Kentucky. Now he's back at Iowa as a senior. He'll get his first at-bat of the season.
I have no idea now what the defensive substitution is going to look like. Well, I guess you'll put him at third base and you'll put you'll put Gable back at second. Because Andy's playing second.
Dan Rogers the first?
Dan's the DH, though.
I think Coonrad's the DH.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So, yeah, then we'll be able to get up because he batted for Wolf. You're right.
All right, here we go. Mitch Wood in the box, swings at the first pitch and fouled it back.
Well, that's one way to do it.
All right.
I've sat here for the better part of 3.5 hours. Here's the first pitch. Here we go. Let's rip at it. I ought to be young again. Every muscle in my back just pulled right there with him doing that.
Wood's a right-handed hitter. The 0-1 from Robinson. It's a called strike, 0-2. Again, still that runner at third is Beeman. Iowa down 12-7 in the 8th. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The delivery to Wood. High and out.
Iowa has had 24 at-bats with runners on base. They've had 16 at-bats with runners in scoring position.
Man. I feel like you should have more than 7 runs. Unfortunately, just 7 for Iowa right now. A ball and 2 strikes, the pitch to Wood. Outside, 2-2. Ball got away just a touch. Beeman didn't trust that he could get to the home plate before a throw would come in, so he stayed at third.
Yeah, and Robinson was a little late coming down to cover, but again, if you don't see it right away, that's where you've got to take a good and trust your secondary lead.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Wood. The pitch. Called third strike. Backdoor breaking ball. Got him. And that'll do it for Iowa in the 8th. 2 more runs come across. It's 12-7 Washington State. Back for the bottom of the 8th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa baseball.
Bottom of the 8th inning, 12-7. Washington State with the lead over Iowa in the series opener. A couple of substitutions. Blake Guerin goes into the game at first base for Iowa. Mitch Wood stays in at third. A new pitcher also in for Iowa. The Hawkeyes will turn to Justin Hackett, the right-handed junior from Winterset.
First appearance of the year for Hack. Fastball is going to get up there in the upper 80s, might touch 90 as he's getting back to full health. He's got a big curveball, a slider, a changeup. 7 appearances last year, including a start, 5 2/3 innings in those. Had 6 appearances at TCU before he got shut down in the 2022-23 year. So talked to Hack quite a bit when we're on the road. like the attitude. You know, obviously everybody's a competitor, wants to be on the mound a little bit more, and he was ready for this appearance today. So now, hopefully, he comes out, executes his plan, and gets the Hawkeyes a chance to come back from 5 behind in the 9th.
Yeah, again, Hackett with a good performance here could, prove that he deserves some time on the weekend. And so hopefully we see that from Justin here this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, this was, a lot of these guys, again, it's their first time out. One of the things, the point I was starting to make earlier, this is a dirt mound. And Iowa doesn't have a dirt mound anywhere in the facility. Everything is the turf mound, and it's different. Especially with 6'6" Tyler Guerin going out there to throw, and then whatever 5'10", 5'11" Sam Hart. I mean, the landing spots are all different, and with dirt, that becomes a challenge as opposed to the turf mounds where there is no hole dug in. When I talked with Coach Heller about it, we joked about back in our day, every pitcher had to deal with it, but they don't do that anymore. So it's worked out fine for Washington State, but it's just been a little one more variable for everybody.
Hackett pumps a strike in to Gavin Roy. Hackett's got the over-the-top delivery. Doesn't angle off to his side, just straight down. Here's the 0-1. That's high at eye level, 1-1.
Yeah, almost Louis back in the day.
Uh-huh. Roy's been a tough out.
He's been target practice.
He has been hit twice, also walked. Hackett missed wide there, 2-1. Tomorrow's game starts at 2, the same for Saturday. An 11 o'clock first pitch on Sunday before heading home. Iowa opens conference play next weekend at Rutgers. 2-1 is spiked low, 3-1. So with the addition of the West Coast schools, more conference games, so you get to conference play in week 4 rather than week 5.
Yeah, 30 conference games this year with 10 3-game series.
Here comes a 3-1 from Hackett. Hit in the air and out of play, right side. Iowa's home opener will be on Wednesday, March 5th. St. Thomas comes to town. 4:05 first pitch at Duane Banks. See what the weather's like in Iowa City. Hopefully it's good enough to play a home game. Here comes a 3-2 from Hackett. Ground ball up the middle. Gable knocks it down. Mitchell picks it up with the bare hand. Throw to first is in time. Nice defensive play. Mitchell knocked it down. I think he took it pretty good on the leg. That one hurt. But Gable gets the job done, one away.
Good job staying with it.
Yeah.
You've really seen balls spin off this infield. It's been very strange. They skip off the turf and can get on you pretty quick. 43 degrees on Wednesday, 63% chance of rain.
The first part was doable. The second part makes it a little bit more difficult.
Although I'm not sure. At 4 o'clock is it's downhill from there.
It is.
Working to a low of 21 will not be pleasant.
We might get that text. Hey, we're moving it up to play it at 1. Play it sooner in the day.
I've got a 12:30 meeting. That's going to be really hard for me.
I'll take care of the player interview, John. A ball and a strike on Thiel with one away in the bottom of the 8th. So after the St. Thomas game, Iowa opens at Rutgers. Then a series of home games in a row, which will be nice.
The forecast for Piscataway, 48 on Friday, 50 on Saturday, 47 on Sunday.
That's pretty much on brand for travel out there. I don't know if we've ever experienced great weather at Rutgers in any sport, really. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hackett looking to seal the deal on Thiel.
Oh, well done.
Here it comes. Just outside, ball 2. Iowa gets Michigan State at home for the home opener in Big Ten play, March 14th through 16th. Ohio State visits the following weekend, a couple of midweeks before both of those series. All right, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hackett out of the windup. This is blooped foul, right side.
I can't get you all the way to the 14th, but Thursday the 13th, the high in Iowa City is predicted to be 41.
Ooh. What about Tuesday the 11th? Augustana is in town.
52, baby.
All right. We're stuck at 2-2 right now. Hackett looking to break out of it. Here's the pitch. Spiked it low. Full count. Three balls, 2 strikes, bases empty and 1 out. Hackett from the windup. Here's the pitch. Low, ball 4. So Thiel draws his 3rd walk of the game.
Ron Steele is retiring tonight. 51 years. Can you imagine that? 51 years doing some version of the newscast.
Basically double my age. First pitch from Hackett is low and out. Runner takes off, and another late pickup by the Iowa catcher. This time it's Burt, and so the runner gets to second easily.
Just didn't hear anybody again yell going.
And we've got our windows open. We've got a mic outside that's cranked up pretty good. And you're right, John. I just missed that part. A ball and no strikes on Thine. Here's the pitch. Low again, 2-0. So Hackett struggling with release point now. He's missed on 3 or 4 in a row that have bounced to the plate. Here comes the 2-0 delivery from Hackett. High and out, ball 3.
Funny enough, Iowa has actually thrown less pitches in this game than Washington State has.
How can that be? Hackett trying to find the zone. Here's the 3-0. There it is, strike 1.
Unfortunately, the strike percentage now is also lower than Washington State. Washington State stole 5 bases now today, too.
That's been a sneaky stat.
One of the things I know Iowa wanted to focus on.
Another called strike there, 3-2.
Do that themselves, but then you fall behind and you really take yourself out of the running game.
Justin trying to work all the way back here. He's got the count full with 1 out. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Hackett with the strikeout. Dropped 3rd.
Not dropped
but don't have to make the throw down. The batter thought it was, and so he sprinted off. But
the batter wanted to sell it, but I didn't swing at a pitch that was caught. I swung at a bad pitch. Yeah. He's the only fella in their lineup that hasn't spent quality time running around the bases.
2 away for Watterson. 12-7 Washington State, bottom 8. Hackett deals, swing and a miss. Fooled by that pitch.
Yeah, almost every other player scored a run for Washington State.
Everybody be productive. Here's the 0-1. Called strike. 0-2.
Yeah, Shawnsby's the only one besides Thien that hasn't scored. They've both driven in a run, so they've kind of taken care of it the other way.
Hackett in the driver's seat. No balls, 2 strikes. Justin's ready. Long pause. Here's the pitch. Runner takes off for 3rd. Pitch is high. Throw to 3rd is late. Boy, the batter.
Got him.
On the slide through, as Wood hung with him the whole time. Thiel slid through the bag, and Wood was right there to hold it for the 3rd out. So finally, we catch one of their runners stealing today.
Birdie gets number 1.
And we'll go to the 9th. Washington State leads at 12-7. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Well, it's our biggest harvest ever thanks to Pioneer brand Z-Series Enlist E3 soybeans.
Yeah, fastest growing trait technology, the new standard for weed control. Amazing yields.
You don't sound happy.
I guess I just hate it when a great season ends.
Hey, remember what Coach said back in high school?
Just wait till next year.
See why more farmers are switching to America's #1 soybean trait technology at pioneer.com/grow-enlist.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
All right, last chance for the Hawks this afternoon. It is 12-7 Washington State, top 9. New pitcher in for the Cougars is freshman Gabe Schneider.
The 6'5", 178-pound telephone pole?
Yes.
From Gilbert, Arizona. He's thrown 3 innings this year in his one appearance, gave up a couple hits, a run. It was unearned, walked 1, struck out 3. And the few guys on the Hawkeye scouting report that we'll see this weekend that Iowa has no data on, even though he had the appearance against Texas A&M Corpus Christi.
And Iowa will be led off by Cooper Schulte, and then to the top of the order with Wilmus and Mitchell. See if Iowa can mount a pretty miraculous comeback here. Down by 5 going to the 9th. Cade Obermueller will get the start for Iowa tomorrow. Back to regularly scheduled programming with the ace taking them out on Friday. First pitch to Schulte is a called strike, outer third. Schneider starts ahead.
81 there. Guess we'll gauge whether that was off speed or whether that was, I think that was off speed. We're going to go with that.
Next pitch is a breaking ball, strike 2.
Of course, there's 74 off that one, so.
Mm-hmm. Schulte down in the count here. No balls, 2 strikes. The pitch, that's high.
Maybe the fastball was 81. Because that was 82. That looked like a fastball.
It does look sharper than 82, though. But what do I know? 1-2 to Schulte. This is hit into center field and caught for out number 1.
Watterson looked like he struggled with where that was for a little bit. Fortunately, I guess it was right to him, so made life a little simpler.
That brings up Ben Wilmus. First pitch to Ben, outside.
Thiel in at third again.
And Ben does have that possibility of really pulling one down the line.
He has more possibility of that than bunting right now, I would guess.
That's what I'm hinting at. Ball on the strike on Wilmus. Interesting choice, as we like to say, John.
Stat broadcast hasn't switched pitchers yet.
1-1 to Wilmus. Ground ball to second. Obenauer's got it. 2 away. Well,
this will be a really impressive comeback from here.
Yep. Just not Iowa's day. First exposure to a midweek style game, and this will be, as John alluded to earlier, just one of those, maybe address a couple things, but a majority of it, get rid of it. Gable Mitchell takes strike one.
Well, and we can talk about it a little bit more. I'm sure you're going to ask me final thoughts, and I've got a couple brewing.
All right. No balls and a strike on Mitchell with 2 away in the ninth. That bounced in front of the plate, 1-1.
I'm sure Gable, after taking the line drive kind of off the shin, did not want to take another pitch in the shin area.
He took his contact for the day. Count even at 1. The pitch, high and tight, ball 2 from Schneider.
Jake Robinson sitting in the dugout, lowering his ERA by not even pitching.
2-1 to Mitchell. Strike 2 at the knees. Iowa down to its final strike. Schneider set. Here comes the 2-2. This is ripped down the right field line and fair. This one will hook into the corner. Mitchell quickly around first, headed for second. Gable will slam on the brakes there with a 2-out double.
That's the one I wanted an inning or two ago.
That's right.
He's back in the 4th inning. That's the one that would have been the real showstopper.
Got it down into that corner, and then it sort of pinballs off the sidewall and then the outfield wall. Gable was staring down the right fielder until basically he got to the bag.
I think a different score line, and Gable would have tried to go to third.
So we'll see Risley now. First pitch to Miles. That's way outside. 12-7 Washington State, top 9. Iowa down to its last chance with 2 outs in the ninth. 1-0 pitch. Risley takes at the knees, strike 1. Miles with a couple of hits today.
Blake Guerin begging him to get one more.
He's in the on-deck circle. 1-1 to Risley.
Oh, come on.
Outer strike call, and 1-2. Top of the order has been pretty good for Iowa today. 7 of 15. The 1-2. Risley taps foul to third. Schneider is ready. Ball and 2 strikes. The pitch to Risley. Just outside, 2-2.
And that's good discipline from Riz, because, I mean, he got punched out in the 4th inning on that pitch, and it was outside then, and it was outside this time, too. So good job to battle back and hang in there.
2-2. Hit high down the left field line. Left fielder moving over, and he makes the catch on the full sprint in foul ground, and that'll do it. Washington State picks up the win in the series opener. They take it 12-7. We'll take a break. We'll be back with post-game coverage right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products, we've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
Washington State knocks off Iowa to kick off the weekend. Iowa dropping to 3-4 on the season. Washington State picks up their first win of the season. Now they're 1-8. 12-7 Washington State. 12 runs, 10 hits, 1 error, 8 left on for the Cougars. 7 runs, 16 hits, no errors, 14 left on base for the Hawkeyes. We'll take a break. We'll be back with our final thoughts right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Plus, save up to $1,500 on select equipment. Now through September 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Washington State takes game 1 of the series 12-7 over Iowa. We've got a pretty quick post-game segment today. John, I'll flip it over to you and your thoughts on this one.
Well, so 2 things. One, Iowa 16 hits. So again, you think, offense was great. Problem, runners in scoring position, 4 for 18, 222. So again, doing all the right things early, but then maybe still just pressing a little bit to get the end. And then the other side of it is, you knew you were going to come out. Coach Heller talked about it. You knew you were going to face a hungry team. You knew the team was better than the record. Iowa just did not control the controllables at all today. 7 walks, 5 hit by pitches, 3 wild pitches, let 5 bases get stolen. I mean, there was just Coach Heller, Coach Sutherland, there's going to be a fire of turn up the compete level quite a bit.
Yeah. We haven't experienced a game like this this season, right, John? I mean, maybe the Sunday game in South Florida was a little bit weird, strange, but this game, we haven't felt this one yet.
Correct. There was an early punch, and again, nearly every inning there, Iowa put 2 runners on base, just couldn't finish the deal when they get into that position.
Plenty to flush and work on before tomorrow's first pitch at 2 o'clock. Bryce Chambers gets the win. Bryson Walker gets the loss for Iowa. We'll take our final break, and we'll close it out right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schasberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Every day, you're out there, up before the sun, and pushing forward before the chaos of the day settles in. At Great Southern, we're right there with you because we understand the need for trusted support. Having a team that is seasoned, agile, ready, an award-winning team that knows their customers personally and is behind them at every step. There to assist you, inspire you, and echo your inner dialogue in those quiet moments. Keep going. Whether you're getting ready to meet the day or working on something big, we're your team. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Iowa falls to 3-4 in the early season, losing today to Washington State 12-7. Cade Obermuller gets the ball tomorrow. He'll get us started in Game 2 of this 4-game series with Washington State. We'll pick up our coverage at 1:30 Central Time tomorrow. First pitch at 2 o'clock between Iowa and Washington State. That'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. The Cougars win it 12-7. Iowa looks to bounce back tomorrow at 2 o'clock. For my great board op down the line, Michael, great to hear from you again. Great job as always, Michael. My outstanding color commentator, John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long from Claiborne. We'll be back tomorrow, first pitch at 2 o'clock. Washington State wins this one 12-7. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye, but some are certainly better than others. So long, everybody.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Mid-American Energy. Call 811 before you dig. It's the law. Visit midamericanenergy.com for natural gas safety tips. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.